is positioning itself at the forefront of this global transformation. At India Today, we believe conversations drive change, and today's session will focus on how India can lead the world in building ethical, inclusive, and human-centered AI and robotics ecosystems. To this end, the Dialogue event will bring together policymakers, technologists, academics, and innovators at the cutting edge of robotics and AI transformation in India. Before we begin, I would like to extend a warm thanks. Will it take away jobs or create new ones? To answer this, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Rajiv Gupta, Managing Director and Senior Partner at Boston Consulting Group, to discuss the roadmap for job creation in the AI economy. Mr. Gupta, can I request you to please come on stage? Moderating this session is India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chengappa. Raj, requesting you to please come up and steer the session. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this India Today Conclave. We have a slight change in our program. The Minister, Mr. Sridhar Babu, has been held up, but he will soon join us. But we are delighted. In fact, I thought sequentially this could be even better. We have Rajiv Gupta here, who's a Managing Director and partner to Boston Consultant Group. And he's done a major study on AI, the AI economy, and what are the job opportunities. I had the privilege of listening to Rajiv when he presented some of the findings to Niti Aayog. I was present there. And I think the big question there, which following with what Sonal had said, is really not what AI can do or artificial intelligence can do. It is what we will do with it. And if you take a look at what Rajiv is going to present, and of course we're sitting in the midst of the cyber hub and across in the city that I come from, Bangalore, which we've always had a competition as to who's the real Silicon Valley, and I think the minister will talk more of that. They're close to, across India, 9 million strong India's technology sector. And Rajiv's study shows that we could lose as much as 1.5 million jobs, and that's the big thing, we could create 4 million more jobs. And I will not get into the details and let Rajiv do that, but I think that's the big question. Can we convert what seemingly is adversity, and we all experience that in our daily lives, into a great opportunity for India, and what India should do about it? Rajiv Gupta, please do make your presentation. Let's give him a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Raj. Am I clearly audible? Awesome. Raj, thank you for the pleasure and honor for being here and for effectively kicking off this, this conclave. As you said, you heard me speak about this a few weeks back, and then you used an interesting word. It's a privilege to hear me speak again. I don't know whether it's a privilege or whether you can tolerate hearing me for a second time. First should have been bad. Sorry. Just give me 1 sec while I get this logistics sorted out. Do I continue to be audible? Okay, perfect. And thank you, Sonal, for the kind introduction, for this question uppermost in everybody's minds. Not what can AI do, which obviously is quite interesting, but what will it do to humans, to people who work, and therefore to jobs. I was honored and privileged when late last year, actually December 2024, the Niti Aayog CEO requested me and my team to embark on a study to do this analytically. There's a lot of media, there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of buzz. You know, you could go and ask this question anywhere and you'll get different answers. But we were asked to do a more scientific study as much as possible on this topic. We had the pleasure of launching that report, which is in public domain now, a few weeks back. And what I am going to present is the summary of the findings from that report. The report looked across various dimensions, a lot of primary research, a lot of economic data, World Economic Forum kind of data, OECD, and then brought to bear some significant experience that we have working with clients as Boston Consulting Group. So that's really the summary that we are going to share. There's a date that's quite interesting, November 2022. And I would like to say 22nd November, but it's plus minus 1 day depending on which part of the geography you were in. What happened in November 2022? GST. ChatGPT. What about ChatGPT? ChatGPT was launched. Actually, you're right, kind sir. ChatGPT actually was launched in 2020. There's nothing called ChatGPT 3.0. It was actually 3.5 that was launched in November 2022. That made it very B2C. And everybody started using it. AI actually, we are in the 5th generation of AI. Let's not kid ourselves. We are in the 4th generation of the internet, but in the 5th generation of AI. The first time AI was introduced was actually in 1927. There was a German movie called Metropolis, which was about an AI humanoid that is created to do a lot of good, but then like all movies, it goes berserk and starts killing people. That's 1927, so almost 100 years back. And then everybody's aware of what happened in Stanford and Dartmouth in 1955, and they're different than the Deep Blue generation, and you know we know about IBM and Gary Kasparov and so on. We are in the 5th generation of AI. We would like to believe that this time it is different, and it indeed is. And there are various reasons, and I will not use this talk to go into those reasons. But November 2022, this became such a common phrase that even my grandmother asks me if my daughter will continue to get a job in technology because she's studying computer science. So that is how prevalent AI has become. And ChatGPT 3.5 was one important reason. Obviously, there are many other reasons that have happened since. As a result of that prevalence, this question of right from the days of the steam engine to the printing press to the internet to mobility to cloud to now AI, the question has been, what will it do to the jobs? And that is the exam question that we are trying to answer. Let's face a fact. There have been layoffs. There have been job losses. And every time there's a job loss, it gets covered. And you will see on this page that a certain company that's anonymized, when it said AI will lead to a smaller workforce, it got 750,000 views. And that's not great news. I mean, AI doing good for the economy is good, but obviously job loss is not a hugely positive news. What I'm going to talk about is also some of the areas where and how AI can create new jobs. Another equally large tech firm, when they talked about how AI is creating new industries, new use cases, new technologies, and how jobs get created, the number of views it got from a company that has a larger market cap than the previous one, the views was 1/15th of the bad news. And we all know, and I mean, with due respect, I'm speaking at Times of India led Conclave, bad news tends to travel faster than good news. But what are the statistics? World Economic Forum did a big study, and this is not AI related, this is across all technologies, all economies, and so on, and said between 2024 to 2030, so very imminent future, not 20 years from now and so on, 170 million new jobs will get created globally. 92 million jobs will get replaced. So it's a net addition of 78 million. And in addition, 69 million, close to 70 million jobs will get augmented or will significantly look different. So we have two things that are happening. We have close to 80 million jobs that are likely to get created, and this data gets corroborated with OECD and with many other ways that you triangulate. Everyone comes up with an answer somewhere between 50 to 100 million. So the fact that by 2030, and this is based on the growth of the economy, how many trillion it will become, what is the average salary, et cetera, et cetera. So there's enough math behind it, but almost everyone agrees that 50 to 100 million, and let's take 78 million in this case, jobs will get created globally. And another 60-ish million jobs will change its shape and will look very different from what it looks today. What we did was, we looked at a framework that's very crucial. Everyone talks about the kind of work. Everyone talks about, oh, the call center jobs will get displaced, BPO jobs will go away, software coding jobs will get replaced. And I'm talking, as Raj said, in the Silicon Valley of India. I'm sure everybody here understands technology and services. So that is the view, that those are the kinds of things that are likely to get changed. And that is the change in the worker. There are roles that will get eliminated. There are roles that will get augmented, but also some new roles will get created. The other part of the framework that we don't talk about is the change in the actual work. What will happen with new tech, new use cases, and new roles, and therefore what will it do to the overall workforce? And when we did use this framework, we found three things. Definitely, there's going to be some disruption. There are already enterprise roles that are getting created, and there's some frontier tech AI roles that are coming up. And I'm going to take a few minutes to go into these three findings. First of all, this is a page that most of you will identify with. Broadly, and I'm oversimplifying this page, so please, for the technologists in this room, don't beat me up. I personally also don't like the oversimplification here. As Raj said, the Indian tech industry employs 8 million people. It is a close to $300 billion industry for us. Broadly, the 8 billion people can be divided into either doing IT, software, applications, infra, doing engineering, R&D work, or doing business processes. When we look at that cross-section, there's a large section that does work. Out of the 8 million, almost 6 million people do work for global companies sitting in India, and 2 million people do work for Indian enterprises. That is the broad math. If you go down to the functions that these individuals do, this 8 million industry that we are talking about, then there are a few areas that are definitely emerging as areas that are getting disrupted. Software Development Lifecycle, SDLC, most of us might be familiar with that acronym, is one that is definitely getting impacted. Call centers, inbound and outbound, quite getting done. And also some parts of BPO, finance and accounting, learning and development, payroll, and so on and so forth. Today, based on real work that we've done at clients, at various technology companies or various GCCs and so on, when you use AI, many hyperscalers, etc., will say, oh, 60%, 70% productivity. What we are seeing on the ground is 15 to 20% productivity. But we're also seeing a pathway to getting to 30 to 40% by 2030. So technologies are still emerging, adoption is a problem. There's some other issues, but we estimate that in the next 3 or 4 years, as those issues get resolved, you will get to 30 to 40% efficiencies on those people. The roles that are getting impacted out of the 8 million is close to 4 million. So half the people do SDLC work, call center work, BPO work, etc. On that, if you take whatever, 30, 40%, you are almost certain that 1.5 million odd jobs out of the 8 million will get displaced. Whether we like the news, do not like the news, doesn't matter. That's likely to happen. Now, can the 1.5 become 1.2 or 1.8 or something? Fair enough. But of that order of magnitude, the number of people will not be doing these jobs. But finding number 2, there are new jobs that are getting created already, not in the future. And these are jobs that we are calling at an enterprise level. Various companies, whether these are technology companies, whether these are banks, whether these are consumer goods companies, manufacturing companies, in all of these places, various AI jobs have already been created. And here is a sample of some of the kind of roles that have come up, which did not exist in the lexicon. In Google, there's a search you can do for any phrase or word and say, when is the first time that phrase came to life? If you see the phrase prompt engineer, till 2019, the number of times the word prompt engineer is used is less than 10 a year. Since 2019, it grows, and right now, the number is greater than 1 million. The phrase actually came into existence from 2019 onwards. And today, I'll show you a chart of the number of jobs that are prompt engineers. Now, my personal view is that there's a growth of prompt engineers. Even that will disappear in a few years as individuals become far more adept. But there are more and more AI jobs that are getting a great traction from all the normal corporate companies that we are talking about, whether it's AI solution engineer, whether it's an AI ops engineer, and so on and so forth. And on this page, you see some of the roles that are getting created. The interesting thing out here, so forget generative AI, artificial intelligence, the first row, that is a bit generic. But people who know large language modeling, 19,000 jobs. People who know ChatGPT, 5,500. Prompt engineering, 6,500 people. It's in thousands. The challenge is, in the finding number 1, the number of people who do software development or application development is 1.5 million. The number of people who do call center work is 2 million. You have people in millions, and a percentage of that getting displaced, but the new jobs that are coming up are in thousands, at best tens of thousands as of today. So what gets displaced are large chunks, and what gets added is lots of smaller pieces of work. And I'll talk about finding 3 and then come to what this effectively means. But this is finding 2. This is happening today. What we are looking forward to happening in the near future, and you can already see the growth there, is if you think about all the industries on your x-axis, so industrial goods, education, retail, energy, defense, etc., etc. We do a report every year about emerging technologies. At any given point in time, there are 50 plus technologies that are emerging. Emerging means there's a lot of patents happening, a lot of VC funding happening, but enterprises are not yet spending more than $50 billion on it. That is the definition of an emerging technology. As soon as 50 billion gets breached, we call it an emergent technology. And so data and analytics is no longer an emerging technology. More than $50 billion of money spent on that through companies. But quantum computing is emergent because more than $50 billion of funding is there, lots of patents and IP is there, but companies have not yet spent more than $50 billion in IT spend. So like that, there are 52 technologies as per our 2024 report. If I just take a small subset of that on this page, quantum, VR, AR, robotics, blockchain, and so on, and you take a subset of the industries, and you just take a small subset there and blow it up, then you start seeing some interesting examples. And I'm just going to take 2 examples to bring the point to life. The first one is in quantum. In quantum, Volkswagen launched something called the D-Wave. They actually did it in Lisbon and in Madrid. And effectively what this did was, this improved the amount of time it takes for buses to navigate a route or for 10,000 taxis to navigate a route. So it basically is traffic optimization. Honda worked with Blue Qubit, and what they did is they used quantum computing to do much better image classification. It helps autonomous driving, which is one of the most highest invested technologies. It helps in autonomous driving significantly. So these are the use cases. This is the kind of new work that's come up. This has led to new roles, a quantum machine learning engineer, a quantum data scientist, phrases that we were not using till a few years back. I'll take a second example and then summarize what I mean by this. If I take haptic technology, how many of you have heard the word haptic? Okay, that's really a large percentage of the room. For those who haven't, haptic is the sense of touch in a virtual world. So if you're doing an app today and you're buying such things from Amazon, you might say, I don't want to buy curtains from an Amazon because I can't feel the texture of it. Or I don't want to buy a shirt because I want to feel the texture. In haptic, with some sensors and some technology, you are able to feel the sense of touch. So Esper Bionics effectively makes bionic hands, which effectively can not only do movement, but sense hot, sense cold, and so on. Epidermis is a second layer of skin that you put on. It has 32 electrodes, and it is used to create, do physiotherapy. So I personally tried this a couple of weeks back. I was suffering from tennis elbow for the last 6 months. It would not solve. I've been going through various physios and so on. I was in the US. I decided to find a place that did this, and they put this on. I did that for 3 consecutive days, and my tennis elbow was gone. And it's only been a couple of weeks. Let's see what happens as I start exercising and playing sport again. But it is that kind of a use case. So you see various pieces of use cases out here, but again, the most important part here is that the roles that get created. Who has heard of a neurophatic engineer? There are 4,000 people today who are neurophatic engineers. There are courses in various academic colleges who are teaching you to become that. As I summarize all of this and the 3 findings, what does this mean? You have conventional jobs we understand. Software developer, tester, call center agent, person processing AP invoices. Tens of thousands of people, if not millions of people, where those roles are getting disrupted. You are having new roles come up, prompt engineers, AI ML DevOps, AI ML architect, that already various companies that we work for are starting to hire. And then you have these hyper-specialized roles which are coming up, and if I just go back a page, if now you just take these 2 examples that I took, quantum into traffic, haptic in consumer. Like that, if you now go down use case by use case, there's a whole range of new roles that are coming up. We are entering a world of hyper-specialization. So to the question that I was saying my grandmother asked, my response to my kids is I am the last generation of having made a career out of being a generalist. To say that I'm an engineer who never did engineering, I did an MBA, and I'm a good problem solver, and I can do change management and transformation and all the good words that consultants like to use. I'm 53. I will probably not have to do much, and I will manage the next few years of my life by doing that. If you are 30 or even 40, then forget having a career and lasting an employment role by saying, oh, I'm a generalist. The world is moving towards specialization, and if you have kids or if you yourself are studying, then the thinking is, what do you specialize in? But this analysis now brings us back to the exam question that was posed at the beginning to say, what will AI do to the number of jobs? And that is a very mathematical question. It is not a view about, oh, I feel this, I feel that. The maths is the following. The global economy today is 114 trillion. I'm not an economist, but various economists believe it's going to grow at a percentage, let's say 3%. And by 2030, so not 2047 or anything like that, but by 2030, it will become a $132 trillion economy. The tech spend, where I do have a point of view, that today the tech spend is 1.5 trillion out of 114 trillion. We work with Fortune 100, Fortune 1000 companies. We understand their tech investments. We understand their budgeting process. We understand their planning process. We participate and actually help them do that. The tech spend, which today is at a certain percent, in banking is at 8.5% of the industry, in consumer goods at 3%, in manufacturing it's at 1.4%, energy is 0.7%. Every industry, every segment has a percentage of tech spend based on the industry they work in. That tech spend is only growing in every industry. So while the economy grows at 3%, the tech spend is likely to grow at 11%. And the $1.5 trillion spend today is going to become a $2.5 trillion spend by 2030. India's share of the 1.5 billion is 1.5 trillion, is 300 billion. That's a statement of fact, give or take 10 billion here or there. A big assumption is India's share remains constant, which if you were to ask me as an individual, we are not doing enough to keep it remaining constant. We are going to lose market share. If India was a company, we are going to lose market share given where we stand today. And I'll just come to the last part of my presentation of what India needs to do and what each of us as individuals need to do. But if India was to maintain market share, then India's tech industry should become 500 billion. Now you can assume that, okay, how much will the extra 200 billion come from increase in cost, salaries, wages, or increase in numbers, P into Q. If you assume a 6% CAGR in salaries, which is roughly the trend over the last 10 years, then the average individual is 37.5K in India. That will grow to 47K. So it will start hitting the 50K number that the entire IT services industry has been aspiring to hit for a few years. Fine. I mean, just through normal organic growth, we should get close to the 50K number. To 500 billion divided by 50K is 10 million jobs. We today have 8 million jobs. We are definitely going to lose 1.5 million by my previous analysis. So we are going to get to 6.5, but can we get to 10? And that is the summary of our findings. 8 million, statement of fact. 1.5 million, almost definite. Therefore, from 6.5 to 10, can you add 3.5 or 4 million jobs, as Raj said, give or take? That is a choice. We are at that juncture today. I went to college to my undergrad in 1991. 1992 is when liberalization happened. I am part of a generation that really did well in India from 1992 to 2025 because of liberalization and because of what it did to the technology industry. From 2025 for the next 20 years or even 10 years, that tailwind is now gone. And there's only so much you can, 33 years is good enough to survive a tailwind. So now the question is, what is the next tailwind? Whether it's 33 years or 10 years or 5 years, I'm no Nostradamus, but that requires something different. Let me just, before I go into therefore what we need to do, and I'm going to take a minute to share one example for you as to why I think we are at risk. And I talked about neurophatic engineers and Volkswagen and Esper and so on, and all of you might think, okay, this is all, a Tony Stark Avengers movie, and we see this in Hollywood and so on. So I'm working for an insurance company in the US. And this insurance company wants to produce a CRM solution. They don't want Salesforce or Dynamics or something. They want to do a custom CRM solution. Everybody here understands CRM? Yeah, so this is a requirement that I'm hoping everybody can be familiar with. We helped them do an RFP. We invited all the major players that everyone will be familiar with at this, in this room. We invited all the top 4 or 5 major players to come and do a bid. Our RFP that my team wrote had 60 pages of requirements. These are the requirements that this insurance company has for the CRM. All these big IT services players with large workforce in India came back with 600-page responses, and everybody said we'll take 2 to 3 years to do this with a 100-people team. So almost, thumb rule, it's a 3,000 man-month implementation. And various pages and so on that they came and presented, and we were analyzing all of that. The board of this company knew the CEO of a small $300, $400 million engineering company. That engineering company focuses only on insurance. Very, very specialized company. Their labor workforce, so their developers and all, are all based in the Balkan states, Latvia, Romania, and so on. So all in Northern Europe or Balkan states. They responded to this RFP. So while the larger players had all these 500, 600-page responses, they responded with one QR code. That's it. You clicked on the QR code. They asked the client to click on the QR code. You click on the QR code. It opens up an app. And they said that, look, we've taken 2 weeks to take your 60 pages of requirements and curate an app for you, for your CRM solution. By the way, 59 pages of those requirements are useless. That's pretty standard. There's 1 page of useful requirements. There are 6 other requirements. We know insurance so well that there are 6 other requirements that you have not stated but we think are important to you. We know that the players you're talking to will take 2 to 3 years to do this. We will do this in 2 months for you. And our fees will be, because you're doing the CRM to increase your sales, so in your sales, whatever is the extra margin, we will take a percentage of that from month 2 to month 36, because that is the speed to market we are giving you. I was in US last week helping this client decide, and they decided to go with this player. But when I saw that, and I saw the conventional responses of our IT services guys, which is a large proportion of the 8 million people we are talking about, that makes me fearful. And all the other players had enough AI written in there, like we did a search, and in those 600-page document, AI was least mentioned 35 times, maximum mentioned 112 times. But there was really no AI. It was packaging of good old conventional development, testing, data conversion, and so on and so forth. So with that in mind, what do we need to do? There are 3 types of people that we need to think about. There is a person who's 22-year-old, let's call her Rekha, who's coming into the workforce. Undergrad, done some STEM course, done computer science or whatever, coming into the profession. There's Aman, who's a 40-year-old IT middle manager, and then there's Mohit, who is a PhD and a specialist, let's say sitting in US, who might want to come back. For Rekha to go from becoming a developer to becoming an AI architect in the next 2 to 3 years, we need to reskill. She needs to take whatever she's learned in college, but add skills, courses, programs, and do a journey from being a tech graduate to being an AI engineer. For somebody who's a 40-year-old who today manages teams and so on, to actually help define the strategy for a client requires a different kind of skills. And then, if you really want to attract that deep specialist, which unfortunately we do not have enough master's and PhD programs, and I'll come to that in a minute, but if you're wanting to attract that kind of person, then that person does not need skills and courses. They require infrastructure, hardware, compute power to make it happen. These are the requirements for these 3 kinds of people. And where we are struggling today actually goes back to the basics, which is skills. We have benefited from 1992 to 2025, and I don't have a geopolitical view of what happened post-independence and what happened in our first 5-year plan and so on and so forth. But at some point in time, someone set up the IITs, someone set up, and that spawned a lot of other engineering colleges. We became a powerhouse for engineers. Those engineers came into the workforce. For a long time, when I was in school, we kept talking about brain drain because there are not enough jobs for engineers and so on. And we're producing so many engineers. What are they doing? Starting 1992, liberalization, and then all these other companies have started coming to India. Engineers had a job, by and large. But now what is the next leap? That is something that we have to solve for in terms of our fragmented skilling. We don't have a uniform AI curriculum. We don't have AI research today as much as we would like to have. And therefore, our innovation footprint is still very, very nascent. The number of IPs and the number of patents that we publish is very low. We did a comparison of a leading US college and a leading Indian college. And even there, the gap between how AI is taught is very different. In the US college, AI is through a co-op program. While you're doing the courses, you're doing an internship with some technology company, and you're actually doing it hands-on. The courses are getting refreshed every quarter. Out here, we are still refreshing our course every 2 to 3 years. The co-op program is still a dream. Internships are tough to come by, and if they are internships, they are actually not very meaningful. So there are some real challenges that are there, and that is where some of the root cause or some of the root issues that we need to solve if we have to win the battle from 8 million to 10 million. Otherwise, we can be very settled with 6.5 million number. To just conclude, there are 5 focus areas that we recommended to Niti Aayog: embedding AI in the education system, becoming a global AI talent magnet for people outside who can come in and giving them the necessary infrastructure and compute power, reskilling the current workforce with courses and programs and actually funding that, establishing an open source AI common platform, and then actually rationalizing what is very federated, but actually our compute power is quite low, enhancing that. So I'm just going to pause there. I know I've been speaking for almost half an hour, and see if there are any thoughts, questions, reactions. Happy to take so for the next 5 minutes or so. No, I am done actually, and that's the conclusion, and any thoughts or reactions, happy to take.
Let's really give Rajiv Gupta a very, very warm round of applause for this.
Sure, thank you.
Fascinating presentation, and rare to see all the numbers outlined. I think all of us, not only professionals here, but across policymakers, should take note of what the study shows. And as we said, there is opportunity that we can utilize. And one of the things that you talked about is, towards the end, though I thought we could have dealt a little more on that, is what we need to do. And since a lot of them are here, professionals as well as students sitting here, one of the things that, if I recall, when we were sitting at Niti Aayog, you talked of, or the government talked of launching an AI talent mission. And in that, there was a kind of a phrase that we use, unified, all of government approach. So my question is this: how do we get, on a subject like this, real coordination between, say, ministries, academia, and industry? What is that thrust that we need to give to ensure that this talent mission that we do becomes functional?
No, absolutely, you're right. And there is that thinking, and obviously a lot will happen in the government circles, and Niti Aayog is, Frontier Tech Hub and Niti Aayog is taking that forward. From this room perspective, as you said, there are many young technology professionals in this room. If there's one message that would land, I mean, you can't just wait to say, okay, something the government will do and we'll all benefit. If each of us in this room, if we call ourselves a technologist or an aspiring technologist, and if we're not spending at least 1 hour a day, which is not a lot, but then adds up, but 1 hour a day skilling ourselves in the newest technologies, then we have reasons to be worried. If we are spending at least an hour a day and reskilling ourselves, then we have no reason to be worried. There'll be enough jobs for people with that kind of curiosity. So at least to this room, that is the message I would like to give, that invest in your skills, because there is nothing else that's really going to make a difference in the next even 5 years.
We're also addressing companies and, of course, government here. And one of the things is that if you look at the IT sector in the 90s, it grew organically. In fact, grew because, or despite government, in the sense there was no interference of government. It just was a free flow of entrepreneurship that happened, and probably for the best, as we've seen. How can we now replicate that atmosphere here, where the government is critically aware of what is going to happen, and therefore enables a lot of this? And how do companies then reshape their policies to ensure that they're not losing out on a lot of jobs, at the same time ensuring that there are the kind of jobs that you mentioned, that we get the specialists, the talent skill for that?
See, I will confess I'm not a specialist in how governments work, but I do a lot of work with the private sector. Even as we did the study, we bifurcated the study into 2 parts. 90% of our work, or thereabouts, was on the technology private sector of India, and the 10% was on the banks and the automotive companies, etc., using technology. One of the key things that the private sector can and should do, especially in India, is get out of this mindset that, yeah, we've seen this before. Oh, yes, RPA also happened, and mobility also happened, and yes, technologies happen, but we'll go around our merry way. We can choose to do that, and we can choose to become Kodak, but that's our choice. I hear that a lot, by the way. And I don't think it's politically correct to say that, but in private circles, you hear enough of that.
And the example that you gave, that people were sending 600-page documents when some smart kiddo just sent a QR code with all the solutions. Yeah,
absolutely. And that was a loss of a $100 million program for many of these companies.
Wow. Yeah, so I think the real question is, we know the problem, right? And if you have to advise, there are universities here, what would you say that they need to do? Because you are seeing the US universities that you showed that slide, where they are upgrading their software every fortnight, every week, and we are still in that process of maybe 6 months, 1 year kind of thing. How do we, apart from upgrading people, we also have to upgrade our teaching skills on this. What do we need to do, you feel? Universities and others too.
There's no nuclear answer. And in fact, in that page, I know I went through it a bit quickly, but there's a set of recommendations for academia as well. in my personal opinion, the one recommendation that I have really liked in some of the Western parts that we should adopt, and it is quite doable. Some colleges in some countries do what is called the co-op program, and something similar is needed in India. As you are going through an undergrad, especially in a STEM course, to be able to do that, and during the term to be also able to be working with a company, a technology company, or a company that in the technology department of a company, and actually leveraging skills and using it in real cases is one of those recommendations that I think is very much doable and quickly enough. Colleges and companies just need to create some kind of partnership and get on with it. I think this entire program of internships, etc., that we have in India has become a bit dated.
Of course, we do have the Prime Minister's internship scheme that is now exposing, I think, close to 1 million graduates and those who passed out of IIT to the 500 fortune companies that's there. But let's see how that's just one year in the annual, and we have to do it. Final question on this is, if you have to, in some senses, transform, you talked of the IITs of the past that laid the talent map and also gave the talent for what happened during the 1990s and the opportunities. What should we be doing in terms of that? Do we need large universities? Do we need smaller ones? Do we have one-year courses, 6-month courses? What is your study on that front where we can rapidly gain the advantage? Because everything's moving at the pace, as you've seen, faster than the speed of light, some senses.
Yeah, I think there are two streams that are more needed than the others. So we had a bunch of very premier colleges come up in the 60s and 70s. Then there was a lull for several years when really nothing of that same stature came up. And then of late you had the Ashoka University, the Plaksha, the ISB, etc. come up in the last decade or two, which are great, but you need that multiplied by 100. You just this
Let's
one.
not forget Satyabama University. That
And
is also
Satyabama, absolutely, absolutely. So,
Right.
And it is great that I'm sitting here in a conclave being sponsored by Satyabama University, but we just need 100 of these, and not the odd one here, the odd two there. So that's one we need. And the other thing that we need, which many other countries that are trying to get the AI skills have got done, is our own short-term and online programs. You have the Educast and the Coursera's of the world, etc., with a very, very American or westernized mindset, but we need more of that. We have our Khan Academies, etc., very, very good, but again, very focused on our biggest challenge that we've had for years. You are in class 12, can you clear an entrance exam or not? But I think we now need to move on from that and do a bit more.
Well, we could, Rajiv, keep you here, I think, the whole day and debate this thing, but we are truly out of time. But thank you very, very much. I think you've enlightened us, not only on how AI is going to change our lives, but that fundamental question, what we can do to harness AI and change our lives with it and exploit it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a very, very warm round of applause for this. Thank you.
Thanks, Raj.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for this fantastic overview of AI, its applications, and how India can move towards 10 million jobs. So thank you very much. May I request, just please stay back on the stage for a moment. May I request India Today's CEO for publishing, Manoj Sharma, to come on stage and give a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Ladies and gentlemen, can I also have a round of applause, please? We learned a lot from this session, didn't we?
No reskilling, just skilling. There's nothing to reskill. Thank you. Thanks, Raj. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session takes the discussion further on whether AI will truly create more jobs than it disrupts. Essentially what BCG's Mr. Rajiv Gupta spoke about on taking jobs from 6.5 to 10 million. Please welcome Dr. John Bruce, Placements and Corporate Affairs, Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, for this session on artificial intelligence, a job creator or a job destroyer. Welcome, Dr. Bruce.
Good morning, one and all present here. I first of all thank and appreciate India today for taking this subject of robotics and artificial intelligence. As we stand at the crossroads of one of the very big transformation in the industry, which is rise of the AI. AI is integrated in many of our lives, none of our days are passed now, without even coming across something, in our lifetime, in a day-to-day life, without using AI tool or something related to AI. That is what the dominance that AI is doing right now. And on that note, what kind of impacts been created into our day-to-day life, what sort of impacts it's creating in the job market, and what sort of impacts it's creating in the institute side, as we need to prepare the students, as we being predominantly into the technical sector, creating large number of engineers, what kind of changes that we need to bring. All these things comes to a question, and the kind of technological transformation which is happening nowadays, it's new even during the right from the industrial revolution, when we thought that when the computers were invented or internet was onto its peaks, we were thinking about it will eat the job. It'll eat out the job, and people will go jobless. All these are all, it's a history, year after year, or decades after decade, when such kind of transformations coming, this questions keeps coming up actually. Okay, but when we really look into what kind of change or what kind of impact this is going to create in this job market, is the question. And I'm happy, heading the placement and corporate affairs at Satyabama. We are very keen on, it helped me also to do a deep research, and Mr. Rajiv's talk, definitely helped us, it has given us a lot of insights. I was also curiously watching, what kind of message, Rajiv was also going to deliver, but mine is very crucial, I need to say whether, the AI is destroying the job market or creating the job market. Thanks, Rajiv, for all the, data points that you have given, and it certainly helps, it's in sync with what I have, prepared to deliver here. While certain repetitive data are related jobs and something related to repetitive works are all fully automated, still there is a huge, the trend remains on augmenting the human potential. The AI needs to, the AI tends to act like a co-pilot, handling data processing and preliminary activities. which allows human workers to focus on, when it is taking care of the initial level works, it is allowing the human to focus on the higher order works, which is related to critical thinking and strategy making, decision making kind of works, which will be carried out by them. And even the major technological changes when it has happened, as I was telling earlier, like we speak about when the computers have come. When I was in the school, we were talking about all the banking jobs, like clerical works, typewriting jobs. All these things will vanish, and we all have seen, like how it has multiplied and then given us, different kind of job profiles altogether. Let us, on that note, let's discuss about the cognitive model structures which is emerging. We spoke about how human can collaborate with AI and then do the collaborative works. It clearly require AI, of course, it's been directed by human. The human should learn to work with AI to bring out better productivity, better efficiency. And we have come across with a lot of applications which has been used in the industry. Every day the co-pilot is also it acts as a co-pilot to support our day-to-day activities. And it helps us in contextual understanding of the AI tools. And AI has to be ethically and trustworthily. It has to be trained to take care of the ethical values or standards set by any system. And before I really jump into the differences between, or the initial or the actual talk of how the AI is destroying the job market or creating the job market, if you could see the future of artificial intelligence, you could see it in all fields of our life. Especially it has taken over in IT or medical fields. Here, if you could see, I have mentioned up few of them, including tourism and hospitality, where AI improves the travel planning, smart hotel services, and it's very much getting into legal and law enforcement, where the AI supports evidence and analysis, digital investigation, and legal research. All those fields are using the AI. And of course, aerospace and defense. We recently have seen, there is a robo being released by Indian Army also, how it controls the line of control effectively 24/7. It's not like a human, it can work 365 days and 24/7, which is actually it's protecting the human life and then standing in the line of control and doing what a man can do at the LOC. And these are all the few of the statistics where industry-based AI adoption is happening. And over 38% of manufacturers and marketing use AI for production, because that's a major one, predominantly using all automations and AI-related tools and machineries. And about 35% of IT and telecom companies have integrated AI, adding significant value to the customer experiences. And adoption of AI in accounting classrooms alone, it remains limited, with most of the educators preferring to relying on the traditional approaches. So, with that, I'll discuss about why few people think that AI is a destroyer. Okay, so though we cannot rule or we cannot say that it's a destroyer, continuing with what Rajiv was telling, few of the assumption, we could make it as, false that, because of course it's displacing few of the work profiles which is existing, few of the work resources which is existing, but certainly not destroying them. The mass automation, especially AI, rapidly, displacing the human at many sectors, from manufacturing to the detail and customer service, and transportations. Machines can work, as I have mentioned, machines can work 24/7 without pay and then breaks. Definitely, it's actually certainly saving a lot of money to the business. So some of the fields are being automated, and displacement without equal replacement. That's one of the claim. While new jobs are created to require, but new jobs are created to replace the existing ones, but certainly it requires higher skill levels. When I talk about that higher skill levels, we don't find sufficient resources are getting upskilled to do the replacement. That's where the equal replacements are all not happening. And when we talk about skill gap and inequality, the AI focus with the technical expertise welcoming the gap between high skill and high income workers, and those are repetitive or manual jobs. The academic, this accelerate the economic inequality because only the skilled resources are the people who can upskill themselves, based on the expectation by the particular market scenario, only are able to grab the opportunities. And the cost-cutting priorities of some of the businesses, if they prefer to, not looking into what actually the human resources are going to do, or how the displaced working resources going to get into the other roles. People look into the cost priorities, how we can save the cost and then reduce the expenses and then increase the profits. That comes to in some of the business, and which becomes one of the destroyer. And erosion of traditional industries, as I told you, when the computers have come, we could see the typewriters have gone, and anything related to that maintenance. And when the digital medium boosted up, the printing industry have gone for a task. And all these things are, becoming eroded by the traditional industries. And when I talk about psychological and social impact becoming a destroyer, of course, when the machine does the most of the work, the human at times, becomes human's identity becomes a question mark. Some of his work skills are, job skills are not being used. And when before I move to this job creator role, and some of the job, are at risky by 2030. The AI automation threatens to displace around 6 to 7% of the workforces in certain countries by 2030. It is actually, especially in roles involving repetitive and routine tasks, could be an industrial, where it is automated, could be an assembly line work, or data entry related work. Such kind of things, could be replaced much faster. And by 2030, up to 92 million jobs could be lost due to AI. That's where, Rajiv also mentioned, instead of we think about too much about negative stuff, which is getting spread faster with 92 million jobs loose, we were talking about 140 million jobs which is created. Of course, I repeat, which need the higher order skills. And when we talk about the AI as a creator, we are talking about AI only replaces a task. It's not going to, replace the entire job. Probably the skill set which is essential is getting changed, and that's the reason why we call it as, in the industry and in the in the institutes level also, when we ask people to go ahead and then, upskill themselves, we keep saying you have to be a lifelong learner. Now AI, and it could be super AI, in a few years, and whatever that we are talking about will be also displaced with something else in the future. So the emergence of new roles, of course, instead of, now we talk about, if we talk to an IT professionals also, if we talk about some of the alumni, what they does is, nobody is sitting and then coding actually. If, ChatGPT does everything or anything alternate to ChatGPT, giving them the entire code on what they do, people are developing. So now the trend from a software engineer moving towards, it could be an AI architect or a data scientist. So the newer roles are keep on emerging. And human AI collaboration, I talked about this in one of the previous slide also. It's very crucial for us to direct a machine on, how to behave. And we all should learn to work with AI or machine, how collaboratively we can work and then create or bring in the productivity that end of the day that we are all expecting it. And reskilling and adoption, definitely that's a key, and that's the only thing we always keep telling that, learning is the only constant word will remains in the industry, wherein you are expected to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So the relearning or reskilling, adapting to the technology which is emerging, which is very, very crucial. And the reskilling plays a huge role in any industry wherein you are expected to reskill yourself and adopt the technology which is in demand. Then only you will be on demand in the market. And when we can do that collaborative work, definitely it is going to increase the productivity, and definitely in that way it is going to increase the growth in the economy also will happen. So having talked about how AI is going to rule the world, how AI is going to create a different kind of working environment, different kind of working roles is going to be created, and it's going to multifold the opportunities than what we are going to lose out. AI is definitely a powerful job creator. And we said that, I somehow researched and then found out that, 97 million new jobs roles will be generated, as against what Rajiv said, 140 million new roles will be generated, which is very happy to see that. So the AI definitely here to not to, dominate the working environment, but definitely it is going to create a hybrid methodology or a hybrid way of working along with men, wherein the success is going to be measured based on the productivity and how collaboratively both the machine and then human is going to work together to achieve the desired task. And overall, the AI enhances the human work, and it promotes economic growth, proving itself more as a job enabler than a destroyer. Okay, so having said that, it's up to us to learn to work with learn and work with AI to get the desired output and to get better productivity. With that, I thank you once again, the India Today, for giving this opportunity. And definitely there is a lot of takeaways, and I'm looking forward for listening to the other speakers also to find out, because we, from the university point of view, we have upgraded ourselves in terms of the technologies, what is required, the technologies, what is in demand in the industry. And we have the Metaverse Studio, we have the 3D printing studio, we have one of the powerful and most advanced supercomputing lab. In that way, what I'm trying to say is, we started adapting, we started understanding what the next generation people should learn before they come out and then get into the industry. We got geared up to face that, and we are also welcome to have certain association. I know there is a lot of potential collaborators here from the industry. We'll be very happy to listen, and we will be very happy to share our resources and laboratories, whatever is be available in AI and robotics, and we'll have a meaningful collaboration together and take this forward on a very strong journey. Thank you very much once again for this opportunity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give us a few moments. The minister is going to be here shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very big round of applause to the Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communication, Telangana, Mr. D. Sridhar Babu. Welcome, sir. Requesting you to please come on stage. May I also invite India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chengappa, once again to escort the Minister on stage and steer the session forward. The stage is yours, Raj.
Good afternoon, everyone, and let's give the Minister a very, very warm round of applause on this. The only reason he didn't come early in the morning is he has to do his duty as a politician. There's a major election going on, and he broke away from his campaign to come here. So thank you, sir, for doing us this honor. Let me just very briefly introduce the Minister, Mr. D. Sridhar Babu, who's Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communications, Industry and Commerce, and Legislative Affairs. So this is a fabulous combination where you can bring policy from METI, if we can call it that, your ministry, directly into industry and commerce, and that's precisely what we need. He also began as a lawyer and was in Delhi University, so a much bigger vision than just there, but kept your roots in Pedapalli district. And I think one of the most interesting things he did was the work he's championed and a lot of social work he's done has combined inclusivity, innovation and opportunity. And I think why I'm mentioning that is because what we need today in AI, which I had mentioned here, is not just what AI can do, but how we can use AI and transform ourselves. That is the big thing that we are dealing with this. And if you take a look at what Telangana has done, and particularly the kind of artificial intelligence, robotics and digital infrastructure that you've set up, is something we'd like to discuss, Minister. You have a Telangana AI mission, a Telangana Robotics framework, a AI Innovation Hub, and T-Works prototype lab. Each of these moving towards accessibility, affordability, and social inclusiveness. But let me ask you to begin with this thing, because you seem to have global ambitions. You're not just looking at overtaking my hometown, Bangalore, as a Silicon Valley. You want to become the global hub of innovation of AI and robotics. In the kind of policy that you are implementing at the moment, what have you kept top of your mind? What are you leveraging?
First of all, a very, is it good morning or good afternoon?
About,
good afternoon
yes.
to all. And thanks Raj Chengappa Garu and all India Today team for taking up the relevant and the timely subject of robotics and AI. And it's literally a privilege and a pleasure to be amongst the brightest minds of the AI pioneers over here who are sitting over here, who have experience in this sort of new technology. And in fact, knowing their thoughts and making the India Today making early entrant into these sort of discussions and deliberations and the conferences to enlighten and empower people, and especially doing it in Telangana, is a great event. I take the privilege of attending it. And as you have put it right, you know, technology always disrupts. And this time, we have seen it, and everybody over there has seen it. The AI is disrupting a lot. And we have taken that into our conscience, and our government, especially after we assumed power. And when the time has really come, and AI is taking its shape, and AI is taking its functionality to the core, where AI is influencing individual lives, the communities, and the enterprises at a big level, we just thought, you know, we have to take it at the fastest speed.
Right.
We have to embrace and integrate into all spheres of our economy, of our administration, and also, as you rightly mentioned, inclusivity,
Right.
where AI can make an impact, where it can bring equity, when it can bring a change. Absolutely, in the lives of the people is more important as a policymaker and as a politician. So this is what we were trying to put our stress on. And immediately after we assumed power, we thought we would like to make a policy on AI and AI and robotics. And these are the new technology areas where we have to put our stress. And with lots of respects and regards to your home state, definitely we don't see it as a competitor. We take the best expertise of that state too, because we do appreciate, the exports, what they do. And the number two is ours. So always number two would like to become the number one. Not only that, we would like to literally see that we would be a competitor among all the technology leaders from the globe.
Right.
So this is what our area where we are trying to push in, and AI has been given great preference. And this is only the state collaboration. We have just started, AI Global Conference, and many leaders from different, fields of expertise in AI have come. Last year, it was a global conference attended by many leaders of AI, where we just thought all our leadership from the governance, from the industry, from all the stakeholders of our society, we have called them, we made them hear how AI will take shape tomorrow. For example, if I can say in education, or if I literally what we are trying to do in agriculture, and in terms of governance, how we are trying to do.
Right.
These are all things where initial focus was given, and the expertise of those people who have come, they have shared it, their thoughts, and we are trying to imbibe in our field of functioning. And in terms of what government has to do, the government has come up with, coming up with the AI city of 200-acre campus, and AI being the main focus. In a month or 2 months' time, with the association with the Harvard and other universities, we are coming up with an absolute AI hub in center of this city.
To beat this hub which we are right now sitting, or is it?
It's not beating up. It's their focus is in terms of the other technologies.
Right.
Here, the focus will be an absolute AI, where the computational speed is required, where the focus should be required, where we try to incubate and also we encourage innovation at a big level. And the startups, we have to give some sort of a platform to the government side, from my department side, so that people with niche ideas, niche technologies can emerge as unicorns, and for tomorrow. This is what, and the technology has to prevail all over the globe.
Right.
And we believed one thing when we came to the government, we just thought, it's high time now, because most of the Indian technological companies were there with their prowess, with their expertise. And in fact, when we see the GCCs, either in Bangalore or in Hyderabad or in Pune, all the time they've been considered as the back offices of the major big companies.
Right.
Now this is a time. I always keep telling my officers now, we are not just exporting the flour to get the bread back with high costs. Now it's a time we make the bread, we have the flour, and try to put this product at the higher value to other people.
Excellent.
So all these GCCs which are here, now it's high time with the advent of AI and all cutting-edge technologies, all these GCCs should become the global value centers, not capability centers, which existed, which started on the low-cost labor arbitrage. Now, this is not the time. We have to literally see they upscale themselves as a value centers. So this will set the economy in a great transition level. So this is our idea, and with this a focus with, embracing and integrating AI into every stream and trying to encourage the incubation and innovation. We will be scaling up to the next level. Then I would be beating your Bangalore.
Meanwhile, I think industry is saying, great, you're setting around acreage and setting up a new hub for AI.
Yeah.
But among the things that AI does require, they're great energy guzzlers, a lot of power that is required. Second is, of course, data and data logistics and centers that go with it. What are you doing on these two fronts, particularly if you see your erstwhile state, Andhra Pradesh, has now got a global data center that has just come up in Visakhapatnam. What are you all doing, not as a competitor to it? What is the kind of attractive investments you're making or encouraging to ensure that Telangana and Hyderabad remains the top hub?
As the time goes by every day, the new companies keep coming. When we signed the major data center with AWS,
right, which is a huge.
It was a huge. These days, if you have seen the buzz over there in other state, because of the seashore connectivity, connecting the long fiber on the shores of the seashore,
correct,
is the greatest facility they had, and they've been keeping it. So that's fine. At the same time, the Hyderabad has a great a very strong, vibrant ecosystem. We are confident that all the AI-based data centers will be here for tomorrow. And many people are approaching us,
right,
for the space. And as you rightly said, the resource what that a data center requires is water and power. So we are trying to connect all the data centers where the places, and especially everybody would love to have in and around Hyderabad all the time. So we are securing our places, and we are coming up with a data center park of 400 acres. Because we are not able to really accommodate the data centers requests,
right,
from different companies. And we are set assure that, this sort of ecosystem which is there, which in terms of the technology, we will provide them, because data center doesn't fetch much to our economy as such. In initial phases of their putting in, the related things of constructing, of getting all those things, the revenue may be small. But in the long term, the revenue what in terms of the state won't be having. But the ecosystem we have to create, that's what we are planning to give all the impetus. As you rightly said, Raj, it's about giving them power. How, you may be asking me.
right,
All right. We have come up with an energy policy, new energy policy, which stress on to give the green energy. So many data centers are literally thinking of putting their green energy centers for themselves, or trying to associate with the PPP partnership with some others. And this will definitely give the power required for the data centers. In terms of water, we are not in dearth of providing water to all these guzzlers. And in addition to what Hyderabad citizens require for the drinking waters and for other industrial purposes, we have already drawn a plan to get more water from the Godavari River Basin. And we have started making things happen. We have already announced it, laid the foundation, getting the more water to the Hyderabad city for the drinking water and for the industrial purposes. That includes the water for the data centers.
You also wear another hat, which is commerce and industry, right? Which also enables you to give incentives of various kinds. What are the kind of things in manufacturing, for instance, that you would like them to set up, and what are you all offering, your government is offering in terms of attractive policies?
In fact, if you do remember, Raj, when we had a last interaction, I was
Yes,
just telling my leadership, specifically Rahulji, is more emphatic on telling us that MSME should be encouraged at the big level.
Right.
Because of our demographic profile, what we have in our country, the only major employment will be done through
MSM.
micro, small, and medium enterprises. So to encourage MSMEs, first time ever after this state has been formed, we have come up with a new MSME policy, which we have provided, the best of the incentives, best of the subsidies to promote MSMEs in a big way and to revive the MSMEs, mostly which have been close to the COVID time.
And you think in AI and robotics, there's a lot of potential for MSMEs to come in?
Yes. That's the real reason what we are thinking of incubation. And for the bright minds who think of something innovation, that AI hub will be useful. And we will convert them into MSMEs and we'll come up with, we have just started this new MSME policy. We will have one small robotic theme park, one AI-based MSME park, where the new policy envisages not on the sale part, we'll be giving them on the lease base.
Right.
So that the capital required for the young entrepreneur will be less from their side and they put more stress on the technology skills. And this is first time ever in India. Whatever the industrial infrastructure corporation does is they do enter into the sale agreement. In terms of MSMEs, all the capital required will go into the purchase of the land. So this will become the major burden for all small people, small entrepreneurs, where in terms of the technology too, where they would love to really lay the stress on putting their financial energy behind
Right.
technology, not behind having a land or other commodities. So this is where the focus is. And ultimately, when they put their thinking, thoughts, and their energy behind their technology, and there's much scope for the niche technologies which can be coming up.
One of the things that is there in terms, and we talked of this inclusivity and governance, and AI can play a huge role in enabling that. Where do you see that opportunity arise? Which are the areas you're focusing on inclusivity and governance, particularly using AI as a tool? I'm told you even talked of having a robo-cop at some time, robo-policeman over there. What is the kind of things you'd like to do when it comes to implementing so that we directly feel the impact of AI in our daily lives?
Yes, right question, Raj. It's about how do we bring inclusivity?
Yeah.
How do we bring inclusivity? Inclusivity is nothing but, what says our state is, basic occupation is agriculture.
Right.
How do we empower our farmers is most important. How do we yield better production is more important. And how do we see the costs incurred during cultivation is cut down? How they can visualize putting less pesticides or insecticide on their irrigation patterns. This is what we are planning to do, and we have already come up. There is a program by Sagu Bagu,
Okay.
which we are trying to empower our agriculturists, maybe, a small and marginal farmer, or for a big farmer. In this program, we are trying to bring in the drone technology into their aspect of irrigation and cultivation of agriculture crops. And what is the best crop where they can best get the best yield and what times and all the specifics we are trying to give them using this AI technology into the scheme of their cultivation.
Excellent.
That will save time, that will save their financial resources, and ultimately, the yield will be good, the production will be good, and they will be providing in the supply chain hierarchy. We will also be seeing that whatever the produce is there, he shall reach the market at a faster pace, and he shall have the access on the market level too, in which market he can sell this product, his products.
Right.
So this is agriculture. In terms of education, we are trying to put this AI into our curriculum at class 8th, so that they will be getting exposed. And if you see, there's a public schools, like the government schools. Nowadays, in private schools, even though in private schools what we see, the access to the gadgets in the private schools for those students is easy.
That's right.
And if a teacher gives any assignment, they immediately go to ChatGPT or to Perplexity or some other, AI-based tools to find an answer, to find something noise. But at the same time, this sort of a awareness should be there in the government schools, where there the inclusivity comes. We would try to empower all our students in the government schools too with the same knowledge. And that's how we are trying to bring in digital-based education all through the government schools. We are on the job now.
Excellent.
The dashboards in the school, the boards are absolutely, we have made them 80% digitally enabled. And I would like to go literally mention in my own constituency, this remote area, in a village called Sri Rampur,
Right.
Advi Sri Rampur. When through fiber network, because we have connected each and every village with a fiber, optical fiber. So when we made that a pilot village, and it is connected to the school and connected to each and every household where their normal TVs have become the smart TVs. A young bright girl in our vacation, she was getting promoted to 10th. And I would like to mention, she used AI tool Perplexity, and she finished all the 10th class syllabus. And she became a role model for all the students. Just see a government school in a remote village.
Wow.
Where you can make a change. And where they have the access to the information. If that information is not been accessed by that young girl, she would have waited for the teachers to come to have the access. She had that, aptitude to learn. She learned, and, all other 50 students are using AI tool now. Either it may be ChatGPT or some other tool which is available on there. But that gave a great exposure. In that same case, where we have literally connected our fiber to all parts of Telangana, this is the only state we have laid the underground cable. And that we didn't monetize it as such. We have taken 4 villages on the pilot basis, and we have done it.
Wow.
And recently, all the credence should be gone to our FiberNet officials. Appreciation has been given by Honorable Minister there. India, that Telangana, we have to see that it is a model state which has implemented that. So this brings in the inclusivity, what you have been mentioning. How do we take this technology to the next level? That's what, in terms of education, in terms of bureaucracy or the administration. We are trying to empower about all our, from down level hierarchy of our administration to the senior IAS officer with exposure to AI tools or AI-based administration. And our Chief Secretary have already started doing 3-day session to all our employees. And now the mission on IT department of our emerging technology is to empower at least 10 lakh people in next year's agenda. 10 lakh people. The 1 million people. But it's still low when you compare with 40 million population what we have. But we started, and we will scale it up to, by the time 2-3 years down the lane, it should be the AI-led state, and every citizen of India who have an aptitude to know about the new technology will be exposed to AI, and they can leverage on the AI in whichever profession they are.
Let's give the minister a really warm round of applause for that.
Thank you.
One of the things that is there, and we're running out of time, but we will extend it a little bit because to get you here is the most difficult thing. But one of the things is that we've seen what President Trump has done in the US in terms of policy, virtually for us has been a huge setback with the H1B continuing over there. Now, particularly Telangana, there's a lot of talent that is there. If you go, they dominate Silicon Valley, set up some of the best things. Is there a Garvapsi, sorry, no, let's not use the BJP term, but let's use the other side of it. Is there a move to bring them back and get them to do what they did there, set up centers of excellence, and, thereby your state gets a huge leg up as a result of that?
Yes. First of all, in this H1B issue, we led and we have protested in a big way because many people from this part of India, especially from my Telangana, and also Telugu-speaking people, mostly from Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. You can see almost every household has one or two guys over there in US. They've gone for bachelors, they've gone for masters, this got settled doing some jobs, and ultimately it's H1B which counts a lot over there. And when these people have gone for the green pastures to have a more comfortable life, and those are the people, many people are still studying in MS, and many people have graduated their bachelors and masters waiting for the new jobs over there. When this sort of policy has come, it was a bitter shock for us. Maybe in the long term, we may take it as an advantage, but in this short time, it's a big disaster for our people over there. And we always keep saying many a time, all the young, ignited, brighter minds, they have moved few years back, and now it's high time. The brain drain has to really take shape and they have to come back. And this, we would take it as a positive sense and see that what you have asked me about, what are the measures you are taking to see them, they come back. So we will try to evolve some policy. We haven't yet formed any policy as such on that, how to encourage those people who have bright minds, who wants to do something great, and who only doesn't, thrive over there, keeping in view of H1B. And for those people, anyway, their own house is here, their home turf is here. We would like to invite them. We would like to literally invite their innovative ideas, try to create some platform for them. And whatever we are providing here for the young entrepreneurs in terms of technology, we will also give them that space to come, put their offices, put their technology centers, and do whatever it is.
Excellent.
And ultimately, we would like to see, in long term, definitely we would take the benefit of
the
it.
return of all the
definitely. It's
final question, and since part of this is on robotics, our seminar on robotics, Telangana is probably be among the first Indian states or the first Indian states to have a robotics framework. What impact has it had on local manufacturing and hardware setups here? Is it positive? And how are you all ensuring that we just had a session before that 1.5 million jobs will be lost just in IT alone, but there is an opportunity for 4 million jobs. That was the presentation we had in an earlier session. What are you all doing in terms of both these? In terms of manufacturing, how you're bringing the robotics into it, and at the same time ensuring upskilling so that you don't lose. It's a very delicate balance.
Yes, right question. And, when we thought about it, about the robotics as such, first of all, coming down to manufacturing, in terms of specifics, I would like to say, many people over here knows about our industrial training institutes. They had all the traditional curriculum and the courses like electrician, plumber, carpentry, and they used to have 1 year of their graduation. For the past many years, the same curriculum trended on. Now, when we have come down to the government, we just thought, there is a gap between what industry requirements are and what we are producing from the academia. And, we requested industrial partners to come, collaborate with us, trying to modernize ITIs. ITIs graduates people who are required at the shop floor.
Right.
For them, all the industry requires technology-ridden graduates from ITI. So what we have done, it is about the Tatas who have come forward with a huge grant, and government of Telangana has put in 400 crores of rupees, ultimately ending about 2,400 crores in trying to modernize all our 65 ITIs, where we have put robotics as one core subject. What industry requires is the robotics right now. What industry requires is high-time computational skills in ITI graduates too. So all our 65 ITIs, within the span of 1.5 years, we modernized it. And I request all elders over here to have a visit of this, how robotics can play a major role. So this, we have done it at the shop floor.
Let's give a warm round of applause for that. 65 ITIs transformed. Really?
Yes, we mentioned it as advanced technology centers.
Right.
And that will provide the proper skill to the industry partners of here. And this is the first state we have done it. And I do accept the second aspect of yours. And in how, when new technology comes,
There's disruption.
Disruption is big way. And this sort of technology is disrupting in a big way. So for example, if you see when the locomotive engine is come, it disrupted long time back during Industrial Revolution. Many jobs, but that sort of a technology has created the new jobs. We are hopeful. We also have lots of apprehensions, and we keep hearing from our people that we will be losing jobs. And definitely, because I was talking to an architect recent times. He just told, for creating a prototype, it took him 25 days earlier, skill of 10 people sitting on the laptops.
Right.
Here, the prototype has been made within 2 days, only with one guy.
Wow.
So this sort of disruption, when it takes place, how to create the new jobs is the basic issue what we are facing. And we have a hope that when new technology comes into being, the new jobs also will be created in terms of, high-level skilled people. Whether it may be cognitive thinking or it may be, machine learning creates some sort of a different subject altogether, which enhances productivity and efficiency. So this is where we got into the subject of, as I rightly mentioned before, we have the major number of GCCs over here. Many of our, best brains sit on the computers to do coding. And, all the experts should say when the coding really have the existence for tomorrow, still it has an existence. But for tomorrow, no code and low code comes into picture. What will be the fate of all these employees? That's the real reason we just thought of upskilling our people into these cutting edge technologies. And that's how when AI hub comes into picture, there will be a AI school, that is AI university, which provides online upskilling. Who thinks of upskilling their skills to this cutting edge technology, this platform will be created so that they lay valid. They won't be losing jobs. And they need to have some sort of aptitude or burning desire to go and learn about the cutting edge technologies so that they can put effort and remain in their job and try to create some sort of a meaning to their jobs. Otherwise, as rightly mentioned, one guy can do 10 people's job, 9 people will be losing the jobs. This is an apprehension. This is what we are seeing. And this is how I can't run away from it. As a policy maker, I have to literally see that my, few lakhs of people who sits and do jobs in the GCCs or in their own technology centers, if they're not upskilled, where there will be their future and how I can help them to see that they are upskilled. We can help them to get the upskilling features, but it all depends upon them how best they are well equipped to learn and try to move. The major companies are trying to do by themselves. The small, medium companies, because of the resource restraint and all, they may not try to upskill them, and they will try to imbibe the new technologies of AI into their fold. Thus, the other people may become redundant. So this is the greatest fear we have, and times to come, when I had a visit to all other countries, and they are also in dearth of getting the efficient AI skill force. So keeping that in view, when I can equip my, best brains with the upskilling them, we will become the leader in providing them the job skills. Ultimately, making our, platform more strong, and also creating the new jobs in the sphere of AI or any other cutting technology. This conference will show and reflect us. We will be taking up the first step and try to move it across.
I wanted to ask you about the RoboCop. You talked a bit. When
No,
is
we
that
are-
going to happen?
Yes, we have, a POC done on the RoboCop, where most of the work of a police officer, in seamless way,
Right.
it will take its stream in performing the duties. We have done it, and it proved productive. And the same way, we are just thinking of coming up with, I would like to take the expertise from these people too, of putting a artificial intelligence secretary. Where in one country there is a artificial intelligence minister.
Right.
So a secretary, any citizen, if they want to make an application or want to know a few things, in seamlessly, many things will be done through AI secretary. We are going to unveil.
What about an AI minister?
I would be more interested to make, because it will help me also. It will ease my work.
Right.
And, it's only one mind it can function, but with the AI minister, it can easily put the data across of millions of mind into their picture and come more efficiently. So to what aspects of regulation what we can do? Because in democratic state, not many things can be put forward to all citizens, right? Sorry to say about it, but it ends in some sort of a confusion. So this is also what we are thinking. First stage is AI secretary. As you have given us other suggestion, we would like to literally scale it up to AI minister too.
Well, you bring empathy and you bring inclusivity and dignity to work, something the AI sometimes can never do. And as a minister, you doing it in terms of encouraging Telangana to become the most forward-looking state when it comes to AI and robotics. B. Sridhar Babu, thank you very, very much for taking time out to speak.
Thank you very
today.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sridhar Babu, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be with us here today and sharing your insights on making technology truly inclusive and transformative. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO of India Today Publishing, to join us on stage to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest.
All the, entrepreneurs who are from the different walks who are trying to embrace and integrate AI into this field, this is the only state we have put our Telangana Data Exchange on board. And this is the only state we have put most of our data on public. So you can have the access to the data, and the data being mere, is only the fuel for the AI. You can use it. It's the only state where I forgot to mention about it. So, and this would really create lots of change and transformation. That's what we are trying to put it across.
We're so happy to hear this, because as journalists, we face data poverty in this country. Sometimes we don't even have a census ready in terms of what has happened since 2011. The initiative that you've taken, I think, brings a lot of maturity, a lot of transparency and honesty to government. We encourage such ventures. Let's give them A very, very warm round of applause for that particular thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said about AI disrupting workforce, processes, entire sectors. And one such sector is healthcare. From surgery to rehabilitation, robotics is revolutionizing healthcare like never before. To explore how AI and robotics are helping doctors perform with utmost precision, please welcome Dr. Sanjay Adla, Senior Consultant, Uro-Oncologist and Robotic Surgeon at Apollo Hospitals, Hyderabad, for the fireside chat on healing with precision, the new era of robotic-assisted care. You would be interested to know, welcome sir, you would be interested to know that he has 18 years of experience just doing robotic-assisted surgery. Most of it has been in the UK, where he has been working with the latest technology in robotics, performing surgeries, and he has also been training young surgeons in robotic surgery, something that has been discussed in greater detail in the earlier sessions. So, welcome Dr. Adla. And before we begin, can we have a video? So it's actually the surgery that Dr. Adla has performed, 2 of those surgeries from 6 in the morning till like noon before coming here. So yes, and so we'll just have a quick video before we take the interview.
If you have prostate cancer that has not spread beyond your prostate, your doctor may recommend robotic radical prostatectomy to remove your prostate gland. The prostate is a walnut-sized gland in men. Just beneath your bladder, your prostate gland surrounds your urethra, which is the tube through which urine will exit your body. The end of your large intestine, called the rectum, lies behind your prostate. Each of your seminal vesicles combines with a vas deferens to form an ejaculatory duct, which attaches to your prostate gland. Prostate cancer is an abnormal growth of cells lining the tubular gland tissue inside your prostate. As the cancer cells multiply, a tumor forms. Before your procedure, an intravenous line, or IV, will be started. You may be given antibiotics through the IV to decrease your chance of infection. You'll be given general anesthesia. A breathing tube will be inserted through your mouth and down your throat to help you breathe during the operation. A Foley catheter will be inserted into your bladder to drain urine. Your surgeon will make a small incision near your belly button and insert a plastic tube called a port. Carbon dioxide gas will be pumped into your abdomen through this port. The gas will inflate your abdomen, giving your surgeon more room to see and move the surgical tools. After your abdomen is inflated, a high-definition camera will be inserted into this port. Your surgeon will make additional port incisions for robotic instruments as well as for instruments used by patient-side assistants. An assistant will insert all of the robotic tools through these ports. Unlike standard laparoscopic instruments, these tools can rotate 360 degrees and have more flexibility than the human wrist. Seated at a special console, your surgeon will operate the robotic arms and the camera with joystick-like controls and foot pedals. A computer will translate the exact movements of your surgeon's fingers into precise movements of the surgical tools. At the same time, a high-definition vision system will provide a magnified three-dimensional stereoscopic view of the surgical area. Your surgeon will separate tissue surrounding your bladder. Using the Foley catheter as a guide, your surgeon will cut your urethra between your bladder and your prostate.
So that was a quick overview of what Dr. Adla did in the morning before coming here to be with us. And wasn't it just phenomenal? So while we had a view of a robotic-assisted surgery, you would be interested to know it actually has its roots in defense. So before we begin on how, Dr. Adla, could you take us through that journey on how robots actually came from battlefield to your operating table?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just wanted to show that video to identify two aspects to it, in that the surgeon sits on a console and controls the robot. The robot does not have AI. There is no artificial intelligence to it. So this is what you call as a master-slave technology. The surgeon is the master, the robot is the slave. There isn't any artificial neural network. There isn't any artificial intelligence. Yes? Initially, it started off its journey in the early 90s as a US defense project so that they can defuse the bombs. So the surgeon or the bomb diffuser will be sitting in the safety of the control tower and send the robot out to defuse bombs. The issue was that the robot was so heavy that it would keep on toppling off. And even on a flat surface, it needs somebody with a bit of a muscle to push it. Now, almost 30 years after what they have started off. So at that time, it was quite heavy. So they said, okay, there isn't any role for this in defense. So they give it off for civilian utilization. And that's when the journey of the robot that we showed in 1997 started. 3 engineers bought the rights from the US defense and then kept on developing it. Now it is in the 5th generation. There is the Da Vinci 5, which is the 5th generation robot. DV5 hasn't been introduced everywhere in the world, but DV5 is what we have in Apollo is the 4th generation robot called as the XI. How much of my work? I have been doing this robotic surgery for the last 18 years. We have been doing robotic surgery for the last 25 years. So though it might sound all new and unique, it isn't. I have done more than 1,200 of these procedures. I've done 2 in the morning. So it is more of a day-to-day basis. This is what we do, and this is what we have been doing for the last 25 years. So robotics, whether we like it or not, is the current standard of care. It's not the future.
So, Dr. Adla, a lot of times families are given this choice whether they want to go through the conventional procedure or use robotic-assisted surgery, right? So, what are the benefits it brings to the table? So, like our audience, because a lot of times we all have to make such decisions at some point in our life, right? So what would you like to share?
So there have been 3 generations of surgeries that have happened. The first one was open surgery, which has been done since the time of Sushruta, wherein you made a cut from top to bottom. Your 2 hands and the assistant's 2 hands went in to do the conventional surgery. Then late 80s and definitely early 1990s, when it started off being called as a keyhole surgery, in that you put a telescope in and do the surgery. Mainly gallbladder surgeries were the commonest and hysterectomies were the commonest. But the problem with now we call it as a traditional laparoscopy, is that everything is stick surgery. Everything has to be straight. And as we know, everything in the world, as well as everything in our body, is not a box. It is a round thing. And I'm trying to chisel out a round thing using a straight thing, which is not possible. So that's why the robot has come in, wherein it replicates whatever I can do with my hand and even a bit more. I can rotate it 3 times. It can rotate even more without getting bored. And it replicates it immediately, without delay, to the same extent as I do. So what tends to happen is I'm doing the traditional laparoscopy, but with a lot more precision. That's one. Second, I operate with 40 times magnification. And that is my standard vision. Even a centimeter one looks like a 5-story building to me. Yes? So any cancer, I'm able to do it better. So what we have shown in the last now 25 years is robotic surgery is much more precise. That's one. Like both those patients, one patient will go home later in the day today, the other patient will go home tomorrow. I operated on them for 4 hours. The reason is I'm not putting any tension. So what happens with traditional laparoscopy is anything that is round, you pull it to make it a straight line. And when you pull any tissue, even if I don't break your hand, if I twist it very hard, you will have pain in the evening. Same thing happens with the organs in the body. So though you haven't cut it, the amount of tension you put during laparoscopy is more. So the recovery is a lot more quicker. The precision is there. And the third, which is more important, is I'm operating sitting down. I can operate for 10 hours, still not feel tired. And the biggest they have done is, like if you have even a mild tremor, it will take it off. So what tends to happen is normally you don't have tremor, but when you're operating on something that is life-threatening and everything is important, all of us are human beings, we can have tremor. It will scale it down. It will take away the tremor so that I'm able to operate with 40 magnification with a 3D vision without any tremor. So that's what makes it more precise, and that's what transforms into better recovery, much quicker recovery. A patient, typical example I give is a patient who was a postman when I was in England. He sought me out from long distance. He came to me and I operated on him on Thursday, discharged on Friday. So he said, when can you go back to work? I said, just take 2 weeks off. He said, sir, I live alone. I don't have much to do. I said, okay, whenever you feel like. So on Monday, he was fine. He went to the post office and said, I know I'm not officially at work, but can I just go and drop off a few letters? He did that. On Tuesday again, he did it. And then he said, on Wednesday, I just went back to full-time work. So what we are able to do is return an individual back to his normal role in the society. He's no more a patient. And that you can't put a value on. So answering your compared to conventional, the cut is smaller, the precision is higher, and that's what transforms into better cancer cures, much earlier recovery.
So while, I mean, these are fantastic positives that you have given us, better recovery, better outcomes, better precision, better optics for the doctor. But are there any precautions or risks that families, patients should know about?
There are 2 ways of looking at it. There are no precautions, it's straightforward. Any operation, you show it to me. Just because I've been doing it for such a long time, I can replicate it using the robot. Just because for me, extension of my arm is the robot, and with a lot more precision. Like when we started off, just to make people, I can peel an orange with a lot more precision without crushing anything. I can make a coffee with it without spilling anything. And these are the mundane things, but just to say that it is me. It's not a robot. It's robo-assisted surgery that's being done by me. So are there any precautions? The surgeon who is doing it should be well enough trained. Those things is the only precaution. Otherwise, it is as safe as whatever the traditional surgery is.
And are there any procedures where, like you showed us a surgery that was urology and oncology related, right? But are there specific procedures where robotic surgeries usually are recommended a lot more?
So actually, when the initial robo was designed, it was designed for cardiothoracic surgery. The reason why cardiothoracic surgery is, all of us have family members. If they have had a bypass surgery, they would have the chest opened up and do the surgery. It is a morbid procedure just because we are undoing what God has done for you. He has protected your heart and we are unprotecting it. Yes?
You mean in the rib cage, everything?
You have to open up the rib cage to do the operation. So they thought, okay, robotic surgery we would be very good. We don't need to do the sternotomy. But the risk with robotic surgery was so very high. Any complication in cardiothoracic is death. It is not a bit of infection or anything, it's death. So the risk was so high, the one that stuck was the urology procedure. The reason why urology procedure stuck is prostate is deep in the pelvis. Deep in the lowermost part of your body, the prostate is. And that's the reason you need the precision, the access to do things, as well as the endo-wrist movement. Prior to doing the robotic surgery, I would have, let's say, 3 prostates. I would always say, I will try doing it. The reason why I would say I would try doing it is, if the anatomy allows, if the amount of fat is less, if your body habitus is fine, I will try doing it. Whereas now with the robot, it has normalized, it has democratized the anatomy, it has democratized the quality so that even normal surgeon look very good with the robot.
Wow, okay, very interesting. So that's a lot of positives that they bring on the table. Also, but how far are we, or will there be a time where, like currently, like you mentioned about how it is, the AI is not there. It is doctor assisted completely, or the doctor overtakes it. But will there be a time when a robot will be able to do it independently, or at least some easier procedures?
There are 2 ways of answering the question. All of us, or majority of us, have iPhones. iPhone uses a lot of AI. If anybody has a Samsung phone, when you start taking a picture, it will identify the face and it will identify whether the person is smiling or not. That is AI. It is not shouting at you to tell you that it's AI, but that's what it is using. The moment somebody calls, it will recognize, oh, you have met this person. Even you might forget, but the phones remember. Yes. So the best AI is wherein it doesn't tell you it is AI. It is already there in the background. So does the new robo have a lot of AI? Yes, it has a lot of AI. Making my job easier to do the operation. Yes, it doesn't independently do it. Recently, all of us, or some of us would have read in the news that robo has independently done a gallbladder surgery in a pig. So there were 8 steps. They kept on taking it through, and it did the independent surgery. So they said, okay, this is the AI.
Not on a human.
Not on humans. Yes. So they said, okay, robo can do an independent surgery independent of a surgeon. So then there was a press conference after that. So they said, okay, now this technology is available. How many of you are willing to have a robo done surgery, not robo-assisted surgery? Nobody lifted their hand. The reason is still there is that fear of machine, whether that is the Terminator that has done to us, there is that fear of the machine. And the second element of it is, there has to be a human touch. There is a variability with respect to what we are. If our fingerprints are so different, our inside is a lot more different. Everybody has a unique anatomy. Everybody has, yes, the robo can learn and it can help me do it. So will AI come and take over my job? No is the straightforward answer, but will it make my job easier? Definitely yes.
But a lot of times robotic surgeries do come with a very high cost, right? How much is the price differential, if you may share?
You can't put a cost on it. I'll tell you the reason why I'm saying. So I was in UK for 20 years, so I had to make a business case for a robo. Robo was £2 million at that time. So you can say around 20 crores. Yes. So I had to go to the primary care trust. And I said, she was a lady who was in charge. And I said, okay, you are in your 50. Your husband probably is 55 to 60. I will do a radical prostatectomy in the traditional way. He will go home on day 3. There is a 1 in 4 chance that he might need blood transfusion. And he will become continent, i.e. he won't leak urine by 3 months. Okay. Or you want me to do a robotic surgery wherein I've transfused 2 patients in 500 cases. He will go home on day 1 and he will be continent, i.e. does not leak urine by 2 weeks. The cost difference is 2 lakhs, 2,000 pounds. Do you think the social dignity of your husband for those 3 months is worth those 2 lakhs? She said, that's a no-brainer. Of course it is. So the biggest difference that we are talking of is, I'm not talking of people who are retired. These are active people who are the center of the families. The earlier I return back them to the society, not as a patient, as an individual who is able to deliver what his responsibility is as a father, as a mother, as a whatever their roles are. So you can't put an actual value, but giving a number, it's around 2 lakh rupees.
Okay, that's not much, but for a country like India, where, a lot of areas are underserved, there is a huge urban-rural divide. How can we bring robotic-assisted surgeries to the people at the bottom of the pyramid, or can we?
So I'll answer the first question and then the second part of the first question. So if you think robo surgery is unique, there are 15 robos in Hyderabad. Yes, so it isn't something that is...
15.
15, yes. In India, there are probably close to 250, yes, of different makes. There are that many are there. So whenever I'm doing, the reason why I showed that video is there is the console where the surgeon operates, and then there is the machine that actually the robo, that patient. The division, the distance between them can be any distance you want. So what they have done is, even in 2003, they did a transatlantic surgery. So the surgeon was in London, the patient was in New York. Recently, it was there all over the news. There was surgery done by the surgeon in Hyderabad, patient was in Delhi.
Yes.
There was a major colorectal surgery lasting about 3 hours, done with the surgeon being in Chennai, and the patient was in Delhi. The reason why these things are important is they're absolutely important for India, so that I keep on using the word democratization of quality. If you look at I'm a urologist. If you look at urologists, overall there are about 600 urologists for whole of AP and Telangana, out of which 350 are in Hyderabad.
So there is a very strong
Huge
centralization.
concentration of specialists in centers. If, let's say that there is somebody in Srikakulam who says, okay, we are going to establish a regional cancer center, you don't need to travel there, but initially train up the team that is there and be available in case if we are in trouble, or if it's a new case, just operate from Hyderabad. Yes? And these are not fictional. This is real.
And this is the present.
Done.
It's not the future that we're talking about.
This is done. So if robos or remote surgery had a role anywhere in the world, it is in India. Because there is such a huge variability with respect to the quality of the expertise. Again, democratizing means I have to be available everywhere, wherever there is a need. Not patients traveling. It takes 3 days for a patient from Guwahati to come down to Hyderabad. Why should they be doing that? They have a robo in Guwahati. I should be able to mentor from here. Initially start doing the operation, mentor, and then troubleshoot. So yes, it is expensive, but it is well worth the investment for India.
You mentioned about mentoring, right? And the earlier session also spoke about the very critical part is to now train, the new workforce that is coming into these new technologies. So all our new surgeons who are coming, how easy or difficult it is to train them? And is our curriculum, medical curriculum, is it up to date with these technologies?
This is, as I said, this is the current standard of care. That's how it has to be. If you take the example of, does MNJ Cancer Center have a robo? Yes. Does NIMS have a robo? Yes. So all our major centers do already have a robo. They already are doing it. And of course, all the trainees who are coming out of there will be trained. So it is a problem that is easier to deal with rather than we think. That's one. And second, I'm 52. I'm probably one of the last surgeons who did open surgery, laparoscopic surgery, and robotic surgery. So when laparoscopic surgery came in, they said, oh God, what happens in case if they have a complication and they have to cut it open and do it? I haven't done in the last 1,200 cases. So if I never needed to convert a robotic case to an open, why should I even have the training in doing an open surgery? Because it is such a rare occurrence. If it does happen, we have to deal with it. Like you can't have your airbag on in the car just because I might be involved in an accident. Yes? You will deal with it when it happens. So in the same way with this, the curriculum is updated. Majority, all our aims have the robo. So it is not a technology that is, as I said, it's not a new thing. The innovations that are happening in it are newer. In that you will have what we call as a tactile feedback. What I mean by tactile feedback is even if I close my eyes and touch this, I know this is slightly hard, this is slightly soft. Even if I didn't have it, even if I use my pen, I still know it. But when laparoscopy came in, they said, oh, you don't have the tactile feedback. But mine developed and said, actually, I can feel that this is hard, this is soft. Now with the new robots, actually tells me that is soft tissue, don't pull on it. And the second one is, there are certain things called as the no-fly zones. No-fly zones is when you start the operation, you find the arteries and put them in red color and say, don't allow me to go there. It doesn't allow. So if let's say that I'm leaving the trainee to do the operation, I just put the no-fly zone here, and then I go and have a coffee or see another patient and come back. And it would not allow him to do any dangerous mistakes. And again, this is not future.
This is now very interesting. So, Doctor, what are the 4 or 5 big takeaways that, I mean, we have spoken a lot about the positives, what it brings to the table, but what are the 4 or 5 takeaways that you would like to share? Because, I mean, the way the incidence of cancer is increasing in our country, the types of cancer has changed drastically over the last few years. So if you can talk to us about that, on what we should know.
So I'm a cancer surgeon, so I would always say that there is a problem, but 2018 was the watershed year in the health economics of India, 2018. The reason was 2018 was the year when breast cancer overtook oral and cervical cancer as the commonest cancer. I just want to highlight this. Only women have breasts, but the commonest cancer in India is still breast cancer. Just because the incidence of breast cancer is so high in women that both male and female combined, breast cancer is that very common. The second point to note out of that is cervical cancer is an infection-related cancer. Oral cancer is a habit or an infection-related cancer. Breast cancer is a lifestyle-related cancer. So past 2018, whether we are a developed country or not, we are getting the diseases of developed country. We might as well be aware of it, get ourselves screened. The incidence of screening in India, even in government-sponsored oral, breast, and cervical cancer, the coverage is 1%. The only way we can cure the cancer is by picking it up before anybody has any symptoms. So if there was one message, one is cancer incidence is on the rise. That's one. Second, the only way to prevent death from cancer is screening. The earlier we pick up, the cheaper it is, the more effective it is, and we have got every technology that is available anywhere in the world in India to cure you. But whether we are curing or not is dependent on you. And then the third element is, again, the cardiac issues that we are seeing. Those are the diseases of the developed country. We are already seeing that. So cancer is on the rise, breast cancer especially is on the rise. So please do get yourself screened. The best chance of cure is before you are symptomatic.
So thanks a lot, Dr. Adler. And one very big takeaway, at least for me, is lifestyle cancer is on the rise and screening is the only solution. So thanks a lot for this wonderful conversation. We learned a lot. And now may I request India Today's Managing Editor, S. Sahaya Ranjit, to please come on stage to present a token of appreciation to our speaker. We spoke about the role AI is playing in healthcare. Now, we look at how AI and robotics are redefining the future battlefield, making operations faster, safer, and smarter. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Narayan Panigrahi, Scientist H, Group Head, GIS, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, Bangalore, to share his insights on robotics and warfare. Moderating this session is India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chingappa. Over to you, Raj.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the toughest sessions because just before lunch, but it also keeps people waiting here. And I think all of us are going to enjoy this because we've all experienced what we saw in Operation Sindoor and how a lot of less manpower and more machines and more intelligence, machine intelligence seem to have played a decisive role in that. And Dr. Panigrahi, who represents the DRDO, very senior scientist, and of course, one of the most prestigious centers that he heads, which is the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics in Bangalore. He has some very, very interesting things. And when I spoke to him, he said, at the end of it, we probably will have no army. It'll just be AI fighting AI. Dr. Panigrahi, the stage is yours now for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj, for inviting me for this conclave. I learned a lot. I was thinking what the journalist and other thing has to do with AI and robotics. I got a great insight. And journalist has the habit of making the most complex things very simple and communicate to the rest of the world. And scientists find that complexity more complex and speak in a very complex manner. I'll try to do that as quickly as possible so that you don't starve. The mind, whole of your mind is about chala chala. Mind is not chala chala. Chala achala means part of your mind is stable, part is non-stable. And your neural network is also partly stable, partly non-stable. And whole in the morning, we were talking about whether AI will take away job, AI will create more job, more fear, more uncertainty. Isn't it? Life is about uncertainty. So let me try to delve into the matter and say tomorrow the most difficult job of soldiers will also be taken away. So I don't say we will not require army to protect our boundary, to protect our sovereignty and to protect our country. But yes, we are leading to a robotic centered autonomous systems which will be leading to army of none. Army of whom? Army of none. Whether it's Indian army, adversarial army, whether it's the army of none. And all of you will, I can tell you very interestingly, if you maintain your achala part of it, the what is you say the unstable part of your brain moves up, you will find more jobs. That is for sure. Why? I will just delve into now my talk as quickly as possible so that I'll get into that. Well, where we are fighting the war. The war that we are fighting, the war we are fighting earlier was on land. Now it is in land and in sea. Most of the part of the sea, sometimes we are not, not able to see land and sea. Not only land and sea, some part in near air. Not only that, far space. We are fighting war with far space also. So the domain of warfare is constantly evolving, revolving and changing. Land, maritime domain, space, near space. And there are some invisible things. We have created the world of cyberspace. They can attack from any part of the world. And there are invisible electromagnetic space. Okay, we are all inside a electromagnetic space also, and EM space can cause havoc and destruction. Therefore, there is a constant revolution in military affairs. And from monolithic geographically contained war. It has increased land, sea, air, space, deep space, and electronics warfare. So is that I try to depict it. Okay? And therefore the objective of war also has undergone a change. Objective of war earlier was to have a dominance over the enemy's land, take possession of that land, take possession of the asset of the adversaries, isn't it? And you have a definite objective on which you are fighting. That yes, I have to defeat and take and dominate that. Isn't it expanded? Now you don't find that. The objective of war has already gone to power, gone to economics, gone to... So, again, it is affecting all of our brain. So, what is going right now, many of our speakers earlier also told, is about cognitive warfare. So, it is impacting the cognition of human being. Therefore, is this warfare. You can just see, down is what we see the land part of it, down is the sea part of it, maritime part of it. Sometimes we see, sometimes we do. It is heterogeneous. It is highly heterogeneous warfare. It is highly heterogeneous. So, we cannot have tomorrow a job saying, I am only a computer science guy and I want a job. So, particular to the student, you have to be, you can see the expert, those who spoke. A doctor spoke about robotics, about economics. He's multi-domain expert. He's not a single domain expert. Another gentleman spoke about industry, economy, AI. So therefore, even for a scientist or for a common expert, tomorrow you have to become a very multi-domain expert. Expert in you should be able to quickly make use of that resonant part of your brain to adapt to that. That is where the expertise comes. And the word robot came from Czech word robota. Means you want to give away the routine part of your life. Okay? All your activity in your life is a two type. One is routine and reoccurring. Another is non-reoccurring. You see, you must be feeling hungry. How amount of talk will not satisfy your hunger. You have to go, have some good food and come back. And this will again reoccur after 4 hours. Therefore, hunger is a problem which is inside you. But how about you do some great amount of prayer also, it will not satisfy. The solution remains outside you. And it reoccurs. Isn't it? But if I say a plus b whole square, every one of you will tell yes, fine. Isn't it? And you must have solved once maybe in schools. If I say 0 to pi by 2 log sin x dx, how many of you can tell? Yes? Minus ln 2. You have to get into IIT means you have to know that. But you solved once this puzzle, this problem. The problem was outside. A plus b whole square was not inside you. But once you solve, it remains in you forever. This is non-recurring problem. So non-recurring problem are known as innovations. So you have to put yourself, recurring problem always will remain there. Hunger, pain, and all things will remain same. So you do not have to concentrate much of your time in the recurring problem. You have to pass it out. And that is what exactly the whole world wanted to do. The thing came is robot. We want to give all mundane external problems, which is not within us, to outsource it to a machine. That is a robot. Whereas the expertise remain within us. So robot is a self-assisted and which can work automatically or through pay also. You have to pay and get the work done. That's how the robot has started. Human started robot basically to outsource its reoccurring problems and keeping innovation within us. But having said that, we have to co-work with the robot. A doctor has to co-work with the robot, isn't it? A human has to co-work. Each time we come, a lift is also a robot. We are co-working with it. It has to work according to the defined norms, isn't it? Therefore, how do we make us so here to co-work? Now I'll come. And this is perverting in land, sea, air, space, and all the domain. That is what I want to quite quickly. And you all know this predator drone. God has created us 2 eyes, 2 nose, 2 ears, 2 hands, all symmetric. Why? There is some great design philosophy goes into, and God has created in such a manner that He has created a design, created specimen out of it, and has not repeated. I don't think I can find another Raj Singapore anywhere. Unique. Anywhere. Isn't it? So God doesn't repeat car. We human beings make one design and keep making car. It's a chaos. But in God's design, only one, and if 2 persons are exactly alike, one need not exist. That's what the greatness of our brain, our construction is. Therefore, but human created a drone, and multiple drones are there now with different varieties, with different functionalities, and it has put a eye, a hearing, a sense of mobility in air, and after that they found, oh, that's great, I can put weapon to it. So gun and a drone. So I can make it lethal. Lethal to a gun earlier was in the position of human being, now up. It can go and can kill anywhere. Not only that, it has put another kind of gun which will not fire exactly a bullet but can kill. So invisible thing can happen to anything and can cause catastrophic and destruction of magnitude which is very, very higher than anything else. That is a laser gun. That is a microwave gun. A coherent microwave put together can go and can point to a oil field. It can explode, causing massive destruction possible. And these are all eyes and ears. So it is all fit with all the sensors that a human has. And an extended sensor. A sensor which is extremely extended. You think we have eyes. Eyes are only functional part of the sensors. Isn't it? It's a functional part of the sensor. If somebody doesn't have an eye also, he can imagine of a human being, you know. Without eye, computing in the brain, you will not get anything. Okay, for the students, tell me, the given eye, pair of eye and ear, which is more efficient? Don't tell. Utilities, eye is good. Which is more efficient? This is a question. Eye or ear? Which is more efficient? Yes? Ear. How many told ear? Wow, good. Why ear is more efficient? Because it can operate from 20 to 20,000 hertz, a larger bandwidth than eye, which is 10 to the power minus 8 infrared to ultraviolet. Beyond that, that's why all magics are there, isn't it? So ear is more efficient than eye. But we process most of our information through our eye, isn't it? And then the drones were started operated through a local radio, through a ground operator, through internet, and through satellites. See the extension, what is happening. And they were being put together. So a swarm of drones can be put together, and swarm of drone can do thing what even the lethal of the platforms and weapon systems cannot do. You can think of F-16, the biggest flying machine, can cause destruction. But even a small investment of 100 drones with low investment can make it eliminate. Just make a wall of drones. That's all. It will come and crash and chip. And of course, you need a Abhinandan to put first generation aircraft to shoot that also. That is also possible. because there is a great brain in it. He has to take a fraction of a second. So what it is taking, the brain behind the machine is more extremely important. Now, a war fighting is a repetitive thing. Come whatever may be thing, war will happen. If war will happen, soldier has to again fight and soldier has to die. And we have to outsource the repetitive thing. Therefore, we have to make the machines in such a manner that now this repetitive thing has to be done more precisely and without any fail, with a profound destruction. That is what the idea is. So, now these machines are being improvised for high endurance. Our endurance is maybe 24 hours, 48 hours, high endurance. And if we operate in land, we may not operate even 1 minute down the water. Isn't it? For high endurance, both in land, under sea. And we definitely will not be able to exist alone in space. We are trying right now. So, we are trying to impart the what kind of functional things we need to put it so that these machines endure in land, sea and air for higher endurance and yet do their job. That is the version of high endurance thing come. Therefore, these machines are now put into operations. Okay? So, whatever we were not able to go and do it in other part of the side of the enemy, we can just see precisely, find, locate the adversary and can eliminate sitting here. That is one of the things. Then comes earlier you have seen a conventional gun and a drone. This is a gun which when fires you will not be able to look, but it can destroy within no time. Stable UAV, putting a microwave, high energy microwave to a complete maybe a ammunition dump or to a aircraft, it will just blast. Within few seconds, maybe it has to coherently do that. A human cannot do that. It will just have the highest destruction which a conventional, probably a armed personnel will fail to do. Then comes the water. Now about 100 of such high endurance underwater vehicles are being deployed in Indian oceans to surveillance us, to look at. And by the time if you go underwater, somebody say, hi, I am there, but nobody is there. No human is operating it. See the amount of tension to the human operator. So you have to coexist and efficiently operate. A human operator having same cognition has to operate with a complete robot. And not a robot, a high endurance robot, and having some amount of intelligence. You know, a robot came 1920. AI has not been done. Someday, like people like students, teachers and all things were sitting together, a workshop like this, sometimes throw something very, very that we have to study. In 1950, they said in Dartmouth College, the mathematicians, the physicists, the psychology people put together, like here politicians, the journalists, the probably students, everybody putting together. They had a summer school, because in UK and all things, in winter they cannot think. Mind also goes to hibernation. So they made a summer school. In the summer school, McCarthy, one of the mathematicians, coined the word artificial intelligence. Means intelligence will become artificial. I never knew why he coined that. We have to cram it right now. I was the first generation AI student. I have to read that. Then come 1956, the Arthur Samuel, he came with the word known as machine intelligence and machine learning. Means I am not reading nowadays. You have to teach a machine. So any word out of this kind of heterogeneous congregation becomes a subject later on. And thereafter, so first the robots will come, then comes this AI. Whether it is a problem for a solution or a solution to be fit into a problem, we started robotics as an engine for AI. To validate our AI algorithm, robot is a vehicle. That is how we started. Now they are becoming more and more powerful. So is the things. A high endurance underwater vehicle. Now frigates are there with human being inside. Now they can work inside deep sea for months to come and can work at will. Okay. Okay. They also has all the sensors, all the vision, hearing, everything. Because radio waves and GPS doesn't go inside. You know, all of us, if GPS is crippled down, half of our work will be stopped. If power is goes, half our work goes up. How we are so dependent, and they have to work autonomously without that. So they become all autonomous systems. Robots, which were electromechanical in nature, now with intelligence, are autonomous. They decide what they will want to do. They decide what they want to do like human being. Okay? I am giving a talk with PPT, fine. I must have prepared it for 10 times, so I know that thing. I am working the subject. But Raj comes and almost beautiful questions he is asking. Wow. For me to answer that, it is extremely difficult, you know. I have to invent to answer those questions. That is a real-time business. Now these machines do that thing. ChatGPT is doing that. You put a question, it is answering. But that doesn't mean that it's more intelligent than human being. I'll ask one question all to the students, not to the first year. Tell me 2 lines which are parallel to each other. You all have studied geometry. Geometry you all know. 2 lines which are parallel to each other. Will they intersect or not? How many of you say yes with me? Please raise your hand. Lost. I lost with 0 votes. Tell me, I will say sum of 3 angles of a triangle can be greater than 180 degrees. How many of you will agree? Please raise your hand. 1 person. Guy, you are looking into Google? Only 1 person. 1 vote I lost again. Deposit gone. 2 lines which are not parallel to each other. They will intersect. They may not intersect. 2 lines which are not parallel to each other. They may not intersect. How many of you will agree? Simple questions. Good, good. Thank you. At least 5 to 6 hands has raised. All that I told is true. There is no board. I can prove it right now. Lines which are not parallel to each other, they don't intersect. Do they intersect? No. Similarly, I can prove sum of 3 angles of a triangle can be greater than 180 degrees, less than 100 degrees. Google cannot tell you right now. It has to violate the 5th postulate of... So they are all rule-based systems. They learn. The moment I teach this, they will tell you a good answer. Parallel lines, meridians are parallel at equator, meet at pole, not at infinity, meet at pole within our earth. Parallel lines can intersect. Therefore, these are not conventional things. So now robotics is trying to imbibe that non-conventional thing which human cannot imagine. ChatGPT is trying to imbibe those non-conventional things, is trying to become intelligent. But still, you have an edge to activate that non-repeating part of your brain to innovate. Thereafter, these machines put together in the sea can make a scenario which can kill. The machine, the space vehicles, the satellites is autonomous vehicle. The frigates are the underwater vehicle, the autonomous vehicle. Surface vehicle also can be autonomous. They can put in a network and work. Network has more advantage. It multiplies the forces. The platforms, sensors, everything they multiply and can annihilate everything. 5 people, it's same principle. 5 giants can out, isn't it? So that's how it's happening. And you can see now, if drone is a threat to human being, autonomously killing us, we should know having a countermeasure for the drone. I'll quickly finish it right now. Countermeasures, and that is what is countermeasure for the drones. Yeah, another 1 minute. Then the counter drones, now they have made Iron Dome. India is also trying to make an Iron Dome. It is not a visible dome, of course. It can protect us from any 24/7 protection from the threats of autonomous systems. Because if you know your enemy, you have to know it before, that's all. You have to know the intention. Now they can know the intention. This is what a land vehicle it started with. We thought we'll make a robot in college and all things. Good, it should work. It should have a way to obey me. And I should be able to control and communicate both. Now think the robot. And in fact, a tank is a robot right now. A tank is a robot with 90 rounds of fire. It can identify the enemy. It can classify the thing, say whether friend or foe or neutral, and can eliminate in one shot. That means we have put a brain into these machines. We have put right now whatever earlier they were doing mechanically and electromechanically, now we have put, you can see a brain down, and brain with multiple domain has been put. Multiple domain to recognize the enemy, to classify the enemy, and to aim and annihilate the enemy. And after that you say whether I have annihilated or not, because people often ask whether that particular missile has effectively worked or not. People are asking sometimes the question whether the weapon has effectively delivered or not. Isn't it? Many social media have think, hua ya nahi hua, performed or not. It can exactly decide whether the enemy is annihilated, completely K-kill, or only mobility kill, or I have to again fire a round. That is what the machine can do. So this is being deployed. Therefore, it is under control of what? So now whatever a normal electromechanical robot, which was being operated by a human, become now a thinking machine. And now not only thinking machine, is a cognitive machine. It is an autonomous, cognitively enabled autonomous machine to work. These are all the sensors which looks into the adversary and does these things. This is under water vehicle. And as you know, we have many cycles in our body. All are repetitive. Hunger, sleep. Similarly, it should sense, locate, where am I, what am I, who is my enemy, what is my enemy, what time it will attack me, I'll attack you. That is what the cycles it is doing. And it is doing through many cycles. It is doing, there is no human being in it. No human being. 360 it can fire and can cause devastating effect on the enemy. If 100 such and one commander deploy in 100 such, enemy is gone. Now if the commander say, I will go off. Now whose enemy it is? Whose army it is? It's army of autonomous weapon systems engaged with maybe another. Therefore, I say it is army of none. In fact, there is a book known as Army of None. Because I just gave the command, I left. It caused devastation. That's all. And it thought of its own also. So earlier command control was with the commander and machine was obeying. Now he gave the command control thinking and say, this is the task, please do it. And they do in a network fashion. Therefore, if you think of such a situation, whether the object moving, what it is moving, how it is moving, camouflage, enemy or not, what is the intention, can I engage in it? All that it can do. And this is not a soldier, human soldier. This is a humanoid soldier. And it can even fire at the back. The machine that is having, it is not only straight shoot, it can have a back shoot also. If somebody is attacking from back, it can kill with equal lethality than one in the front also. And of course, there are so many, even cyber, crawlers, all students must be doing crawlers. crawler is a robot. You can crawl tropically. You say, today you please see use of robotics in surgery. Crawl all the documents in the world. You put it in the net, it will give you the best of the materials, crawling and grading, and give it to you, I think, within 1-2 hours. That is also a robot. So many robots has been put in our cyberspace. And this is a normal, conventional warfare, and this is how the warfare of tomorrow will be, leading to army of none. And this, I wrote a book long back about brain-computer interface. Why I told there are a lot of egg-headed personalities before. These heads are very interesting heads. You can just put the easy systems onto their brain, and you can predict what they're thinking. And we all are not using even 10% of your brain, mind you. Brain is 18 billion neurons interconnected. There's so many structures deep inside, it's not working. We are never exercising phenomenal capacity. How do you think AI can surpass you? If you put all them together, you will be one of the wonderful things. And even there are problems which are there, like whether there will a tremor happen or not, when it will happen, earthquake at a place. Is it solved? No. Similarly, so many doctors are there. You know a person is epileptic. Will he fall down without a seizure? Can they predict at what time it will happen? No. Similarly, lots of problems are there which is not being solved. And that non-regulated part of your brain will solve these problems. So, this is a time to come which will happen this, and you can predict in an iota of time before, yes, there can be an earthquake at this part of the earth, or there can be this person can have a seizure, better don't go out, and those kind of things can happen. And therefore, this is how I saw land, sea, and air. A book I put long back, and recent book last month, you can search in Google, Principles of Designing Autonomous Systems, AUV, UAV, and High Endurance Underwater Vehicle. It's just by UK Press CRC which has come. And thank you, Raj, for giving me this opportunity to speak to you all.
Thank you, Dr. Narayan. May I now request Raj to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our guests.
Before I do that, it's always great to come back to class. And I've always thought a good scientist and a hallmark of a good scientist is also a good teacher. And today we had Dr. Panigrahi make the most complex subject into very, very simple and easily understandable. You could have been a journalist at any time.
Sir,
and just one little point, that underwater weapon that you used.
Sir.
Just the other day, President Putin in Russia announced
He told backup for your, yes.
that the Poseidon, which is nuclear-powered torpedo structure that can loiter and go across any ocean, is a reality now.
Yes.
And one of the biggest things that has made President Trump say that he might want to renew testing. But Dr. Panigrahi, we have a recurring problem which is going and eating food.
I can
So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you,
for the time taken and for your wonderful insights.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
One more round of applause for him, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a well-deserved lunch break. We will resume sharp at 2:45 for some exciting panel discussions. Enjoy your lunch and see you back here shortly. Welcome back. I know a lot of our friends are still outside having lunch, but in the interest of time, we are going to begin the next session. So our next session, Human-centered Intelligence and Robotics, explores how we can design robots that understand human intent and empathy, moving beyond automation to collaboration. Please welcome Dr. L. Lakshmanan, Professor, CSE Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, and moderating this session is India Today's Managing Editor, MG Arun. Welcome, sir. MG, welcome. Over to you now.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to have a very interesting session from Dr. Lakshmanan, and he's going to tell us as to how it is not just important to mimic certain things that humans do when it comes to robotics. How do you program a lot of empathy into robotics so that, we can basically alter the way they behave, which will help us to ease a lot of things that we do. So I'm going to invite Dr. Lakshmanan to give his presentation, followed by a Q&A.
Thank you.
Please.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, thank to India Today for organizing these wonderful events. What is that current trend is going on in that in the real world? So today, the peoples in all the society on different contests, they need that support how that machine can make intelligence. The machine can make intelligence only by that intervention of the humans. That without humans, that machine can act as a robot. Without assist by the humans, we cannot make the robot is intelligence. Hence, today we are going to have a session about how the humans' intelligence or make robots beyond the scope of the automation. That is that today's goal of that, any robots which are play a vital role in task. The robot can help the peoples and also have an ability how to enhance that human intelligence, how it support on various contests. Instead of making that manual process by the machines, the robots are make as intelligence, and the robot can play that vital role in that automations. Today, that every industries are go fast. So go fast, it's that how they are shifting that technologies to move forward, then how it will be act. The people is more intelligence with the help of the robots. That is that the main task of that human intelligence. So why that human-centric intelligence is very important. Before that a man make the machine, that first the man has become intelligence. Then only he can able to adapt that the intelligence to the robotics to assist or to enhance that human capabilities. So we need some intelligence that in terms of the understanding the context,
and as well as align with the technologies, and also we can assist. So assist in terms of that how the human intelligence are augmented with the technologies to make that robotics, that robot have an ability to support for the people on various contests. That is that why we need for this and human intelligence. And next, if you want to make that human intelligence, you need some artificial intelligence that capabilities. So by making these two dimensions, either by using cognitive AI or by using that emotional intelligence, we can make these two dimensions, and how we can develop the machines, and that machines will capable of to understand about that human cues and how to learning from the interactions with that human, that context. That is that main that contest in terms of that how that human intelligence is need for in the robotics. And to make that either to the two dimensions, either by cognitive computing or by emotional computing, we need some of that components or some methodologies to how to implement that human intelligence in robotics. First, we have to understand that what is that ability of that humans. So that will be taken care by the perceptions, which means of using that any sensors like that. And if you want to make that some of the external context and how it is reflected on that human ability, we can go for that reflection. It is also one of that main concern in that human intelligence. And third one in terms of understanding. So that is understanding. It's for interpreting that machines as well as humans to develop the technologies, how it is used in that robotics. It is also that mandatory requirements. And finally, based on the perceptions and reflection and understanding, what is the action? That what is the actions or takes place in that context. So by these components, we are not just go for that, a goal is for just for creating the smart machines or smart robots. It's not only the task or it's not only the goal. It's only about that how you can make more number of humans, more number of that is humans. It is possible only by means of the different evolutions and how to make the sustainability, how it is interact with that human collaborations. These are all some of the requirements if you want to implement that human intelligence on robotics. That is that. And one example we can take that how that human intelligence can used in that in terms of that humans in different societies. It's not only for that just to assist that humans. Other than that, it first recognize that what is that perceptions about the humans or anything, and once they recognize the perceptions, they can make some. For example, processing the perceptions. For example, some of the elderly peoples or some of the peoples are in that stress or they haven't stressful. So it can understand that about the perceptions. Then only it can process that what he or she can do in terms of the response. So to make this as in human intelligence, we need some that machines can have the empathy about to recognize and process and as well as that responses. So we have a lot of real-time examples we can help for the elderly peoples, and also we can use for education cares, and also we can use for some of the counselings in terms of therapeutic, any kind of applications we can go with this human-centered intelligence. And this will be helpful for not for just designing for human. It is for not for a task. It only for designing for the humans. So intelligence is mainly for how it is make that humans can have the ability to think more powerful than machines. Even though that robots are making that more powerful, having process capabilities, but we cannot have statistics about that robotics are better than human. But still some in that research there is some of that gap is there, gap between that robotics as well as that human intelligence. So not only making the task, we can design for that. So it will make that humans as a more comfort. It can used for that any kind of an applications on any situations on different contexts based on their perceptions, and we can also detect and evaluate that emotions in terms of that human intelligence, and we can make the trust. So any intelligence, definitely we have to trust that intelligence of that robotics or any kind of an instance which are happened in any kind of the real-time applications. And this trust is mainly needs some transparency, right? Because if you talk about the transparency, nowadays that people are always depends on the machines, but that machines can not only provide not only given the task, it can do more than the task. How it make that people think than the machine. So based on that, it has to have a trust in the intelligence systems. So so that intelligence systems definitely can be possible only through an human-centered intelligence. So not only this, and that human-centered intelligence also used on different situations, on different contexts, for that various kind of peoples, in terms of contest awareness, in terms of understanding that situations in which how they can proceed with that perceptions and the contest, and also we can have that behavior, adaptive behavior. So nowadays that we have that different categories of age peoples on from different zones, especially for that if you go for rural areas, it is very tough to adapt that intelligence systems before understanding the perception and the context. So the adaptive behavior is also playing a vital role in that human intelligence systems. So if we talk about that human intelligence systems in robotics, from that earlier sessions, from the morning onwards, we have discussed that it can used for all kind of applications like in healthcare or in that war space, or like in terms of contest awareness, or it can used in the industries. Wherever they need, definitely there is the need for an intelligence. So if you take that healthcare also, we need that support of that human-centered intelligence. So it is not going to replace that robots. It is going to train the robot how ability it can help for that peoples on different scenarios. So in terms of healthcare also, it can assist the patient. So it can help for that surgical precision and diagnostics, and also it can used for rehabilitation process, therapy process. So before going to implement this intelligence, first they have to understand that then what is that logical context which are present on the different scenario in any applications. So this is one kind of an example. And another one, if you take that in terms of that education. Education today is that, as in the morning session, as the minister said, they are implemented that robots in that government schools. So nowadays that robot is not manually used by that help that students or that learning process. It can assist as well as it has some capability for how they provide some teaching aids. So teaching aids in terms of education, we have different modes of teaching aids. That teaching aids can be supported by that robots, but we have to train the robot with some intelligence, human intelligence, and also it can provide some learning companions, right? So how they can provide the feedback, how we can create, and how it can motivating that environment. So any kind of applications or in any type of that teaching learning process, definitely the robot going to play a vital role. Definitely it is not going to replace that role of the teachers, but it can make that ability what teacher can provide that education to the students, same thing can be provided by the robot. We cannot replace that. Okay. So and another one, it is also used for that elderly and disabled peoples. Nowadays many of the elderly peoples and as well as that disabled peoples are live learning. So they need some support of that without human interference. They need the support of robotics. So it can support for some various aspects, that it can enhance the anatomy of the peoples, and especially that peoples are unable to walk or anything, they need some safety and monitoring. So nowadays this kind of applications can used in that many places, even though in the rural area they are using this robots for how to help for that elderly peoples and as well that the disabled peoples. And already told that it can used for some of the CRM, that is customer support, and as well as hospitality. We can use for any kind of applications like how day-to-day activities and time-to-time event, the operational management, wherever you can go, it can take place. For examples, in financial services, we can heard that today is that the lot of financial sectors, they are implementing that artificial intelligence. So they're not directly, we cannot directly say that it is artificial intelligence. It's that human-centered intelligence. So by that perceptions and that context awareness and the reasoning, that the people can make the intelligence and provide that services to the customers. That is that role of that human-centric intelligence in that customer services as well as hospitality in terms of airport and travels, hotels and resorts. So wherever we go, there is an human-centered intelligence. So this is basically depends on that, about that perception as well as understanding and the reflections, and finally they have that what is the action process. And next we come for that during that a global warming or some of the earthquake in terms of disaster management. So today is that the robot can play the major role in terms of how rescue the peoples from the disaster management. So if you talk about the disaster, that some places we can deploy that, already they deploy that robots, that is human-centered robots, like we can, that is especially for mainly for that human safety first. That human safety is very important during the disaster. And second one, if you talk about that, how for the affected peoples, how they provide that aids and some of that support deliveries. So like in terms of providing some essential requirements and medical support. So this can also done by this human-centered intelligence. And then we have that structural integrity. That is also, we can make use of that human-computer intelligence, that is robots, for the disaster management. So these are all the general one, but if you come for that industry today, there is one of the important challenges how that industries are collaborating, right? That collaborating with that robot for transforming the various application. That is a big challenges today. Without this human intervention, definitely we cannot make that collaborations with that industries. So we have some examples, like if you go for that adaptive behavioring or learning process, and something called as shared workspace awareness. If you want to make this process, we need some that support of that industry collaborations. So as educational institutions, that if you take about that students, that all the education institutions nowadays, they are offering that courses. have the different courses like AI robotics and AI machine learning. But they are learning, but they are not going to pull out that challenges how it make use for the real-time application, because they don't have that as much an industry support and expert support for understand that real-time use cases to implement the ideas into the human intelligence in robotics. That is one of the big challenge in terms of collaborations with industries. And without that support of that industry collaborations, it is not at all possible to make that human intelligence with that in that robotics. So if you talk about that futures, that robot in futures, we also need some support of the robot in terms of whatever decision making we need some. The decision making means like not only about that industry. We can talk about that involvement of that human, that is that human intelligence and the machines and also the context. If these can be combined, then only you can make that a shared decision environment. This is only possible with the technology and as well as that experts and also that machine intelligence. That is also required. And anatomy is also play the major role in terms of human creativity. That human creativity, that is the intelligence can comes only through an human creativity. So that is also needed. We need some different AI anatomies for, we have a lot of AI anatomies are available. Generative AI, there have so many things are there. But it's not up to that level how it is reached that the students to develop any applications or implement that real-time scenario on various use cases. That is one of the challenges in terms of futures of how that robot can collaborate. So finally we come to that a conclusion and action taken. So as a human or as the developer, as the technologist, their aim is in how to develop that a human-centered intelligence. So it is well known that we are not going to replacing that any machines. We are not going to replace that any human abilities or human capabilities. So this only enhancing that how it can be designed and how it can be truly understand, respect, and as well as empower the people in the society on various contexts. That is the main scope of this human-centered intelligence developed for robots. So finally you have in your quote, the technology can maybe serve only for us in humanity and the society, not for any other purpose around the world. Thank you all. Thank you for the opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmanan, for your presentation. May I also request Dr. Bruce, Director Placements Corporate Affairs at Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, to come up on stage. I would also like to request MG Arun, Managing Editor at India Today. Okay, he's already here. Dr. Bruce. MG requesting you to please present a token of appreciation to Dr. Lakshmanan and Dr. Bruce.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lakshman. In fact, you have set the tone for the rest of the afternoon, and we are going to have a few stalwarts from the industry as well as startups who would come over and give specific case studies on how they are implementing, and you have set the tone for this. One thing I wanted to ask you is, how do you build that trust when it comes to dealing with robots? And I mean, where does India stand in taking that particular aspect forward?
So as India stands in terms of that, nowadays they are not fully trusted because we are not fully implemented that robots in various fields. as of my contest, we say that it is under that research level only. We are at that research level, but not fully convert that robot on various fields. So the trust is one of the concern. It may change, the trust can be changed. Only how that people can trust that human intelligence is powerful.
And what are the kind of challenges? What is stopping us from, adopting robotics the way we should?
And that big challenges is in terms of hardware implementations. That is because of the cost. And second one, how that industry are supporting for the peoples to develop that robot which make the human intelligence. That is a big challenge in India.
Okay.
That is the things.
Okay, thank you so much. A big round to Dr. Lakshmanan.
Thank you.
Everyone, we really have a very interesting session now that I think you all should be excited about. Please welcome Pranav Vempati, founder and CEO, Makers Hive, a startup that has developed Kal Arm, a fully functional bionic arm for limb amputees, named in honor of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. I'll also be moderating this session. Welcome, Pranav.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pranav, founder and CEO of Makers Hive. Before starting with the presentation, I would like to play a small video. It's a small short film about a mother. It's a real story of one of the users of Kalam, just so you understand the impact that it is creating in people's lives.
अपना ख्याल रखना, खाना समय पे खा लेना।
हाँ माँ, और आपने मेरी डॉक्यूमेंट्स वाली फाइल देखी है?
वो छोटी अलमारी के ऊपर ही तो रखी है। मिली?
मिल गई।
क्या होगा तेरा मेरे बिना?
आप अपना ख्याल रखना माँ।
तू मेरी चिंता मत कर, अपने काम में अच्छे से मन लगाना। उल्टे हाथ से आशीर्वाद नहीं देते।
चलो नीचे आओ माँ, दरवाजा खोलो। कैसी लगी?
अच्छी है। ये पहनाने में तुझे मदद करनी पड़ेगी।
अब मेरी मदद की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी माँ।
This was story of one of the users, but obviously the mother and kid could not act, so we had to again hire a couple of actors to make a small short film out of it. So I started Makers Hive in the year 2018 with inspiration from our former beloved president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And that's why we also named our first product as Kalam, K-A-L-A-R-M, as a tribute to Kalam sir. At the same time, Kal in Hindi means tomorrow, so it's like the hand of the future. I was very fortunate to have had a couple of interactions with him, and I was also very fortunate to be mentored by Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, the father of Green Revolution. So when I was having interaction with Dr. Swaminathan, as a kid, I never understood the importance of self-reliance or the whole concept of Make in India or Atmanirbhar Bharat, etc. I heard a story that a few years ago at the India-China border, if there are some soldiers who lose their hands or legs in the conflict, they would come back, then the Ministry of Defense would try to arrange some prosthetics. And because all the advanced prosthetics in the world, they cost they're very expensive. They cost upwards of 30 lakhs to as high as 60 lakh rupees. So obviously they can't afford them. So what's the solution? They go and place an order with some distributor who basically buys some white label products from China. So basically a person who lost a hand because of the border conflict is again getting a hand from China itself. So I was very shocked listening to this story. Fast forward to today, that's not happening anymore. Thanks to some of the engineers that have been working. Now they're doing Kalam fitments for people who are losing their hands in the Indian Armed Forces. So just like the way Dr. Kalam used to ask every kid he meets, what's your dream? So it became my habit also to ask every single person to whom we do the fitments, I ask them what's their dream. So when I met a bilateral amputee, I can't take his name, I asked him, what's your dream? And he mentioned, Pranav, today if I have to go to washroom, my mother has to come and clean me up. I don't even have basic dignity in life. And you're talking about big fancy words like dreams. And that shook me. And we thought we will not let this happen. And the major reason is there are a lot of advanced solutions in the West, right? But none of these are actually affordable for people, especially in developing nations like India. And unless and until we make technology affordable, it's not accessible for anybody, right? So we thought we'll change that narrative. And fast forward to today, the story continues. The same person recently graduated from IIM Bangalore. He's starting his own startup for which he is raising around 2 crore seed capital right now. I don't want to get into too many statistics of, how many people are, it's a very big need. Even in India, there are more than about 25-30 lakh people who need these hands. But the major problem is, unlike legs hands are very complex, right? Like for example, if you want to hold an egg, you need certain kind of sensitivity that you don't break it. At the same time, if you want to hold a bag, you need certain kind of strength, right? So the hands have to be dexterous enough to be able to perform all these activities. For a normal human, we have two kinds of feedback, right? We actually have visual feedback where we look at something and assess how much pressure I need to apply on that particular object. At the same time, we have a touch feedback. But if you look at these bionic hands, they have neither. So that's why they're outrageously expensive. A typical bionic hand costs upwards of, like I told you, 30 lakhs to as high as 60 lakh rupees. Then we took up, and the other problem is, like the speaker before me has mentioned, the hardware innovation is extremely expensive. There is no other company in the world that spent less than 100 to 120 crores in research to build a bionic hand and bring it out into the production. We're very proud to say that in India, being in India, we spent hardly 29.75 crores. We basically spent 6.5 years in research. So we basically spent 67% less money and 20% less time than anybody else in the world to build a product that is almost 8 to 10 times more affordable. And how did that happen? Here again, we have taken inspiration from Dr. Kalam and institutions like ISRO. When you're actually constrained, when you have limitations, whether it is in terms of human resources, whether it is in terms of financial resources, it can be in terms of any limitations, and yet you desperately want to solve a problem, then you start looking at the problem in a completely different way. You start coming out with innovative solutions. So we thought we would do the same. While NASA is spending billions of dollars to do something, we know that our scientists here at ISRO are doing the same thing at a fraction of price. And what did they do? Simple. They just did build over buy. Rather than depending on any other off-the-shelf components, build everything on our own. So we did the same thing. And after 6 years of research, we got almost 8 patents later, we were able to build this product. And rather than talking more about the features of the product, I would rather have one of the users, his name is Vamshi. He comes from a village. Vamshi lost his hand probably when he was in 8th or 9th standard. And because of that, he discontinued his education because he's being bullied in school. So he was staying home and probably earning 2,000 rupees a month, whatever he gets as a pension from the government, and always dependent on his mom. But today, I would actually like all of you to encourage Vamshi because he came here to present and demonstrate the hand for all of you. He might be a little scared because he has some stage fright, but I think all of you can, support him. I would also request one person to come from the audience to shake hands with Vamshi, just so I can explain what happens in the hand. Anyone? Now, if you observe here, this particular hand is taking the shape of his hand. It looks very simple, but there are advanced machine learning algorithms that are trying to understand what object he is trying to hold. You can release Vamshi. And at the same time, you have observed that when he's actually shaking hands with you, the grip is firm enough, but at the same time, it's not squeezing your hand completely, right? So that's just one example of how machine learning can be used in building real-world problems like Kalam Bionic Hand. Thank you. Vamshi, you can write something and show. Things like writing, things like drinking water, eating food, all these things we might take it for granted, right? But Vamshi was not able to do this few years ago. He was completely dependent on his mom for every basic activity. Thank you, Vamshi. You can drink water, you can do any other activities and show. So we take all these small things for granted, but however, what it gave him is basically freedom, right? Now, fast forward to today, Vamshi, he now lives alone in Hyderabad, coming from a village, and now he's working. He earns about 25,000-30,000 rupees, drives his own vehicle to office, and then cooks his own food. So he's basically not dependent on everyone. Now, why is that important? The thing is, a lot of people people with disabilities, when they lose a hand or a leg or due to some unfortunate incident, they are pushed into poverty. And when they get married, their entire family is pushed into poverty. Now, with just one product, what happens is you're able to bring people out of poverty, the next generations, they don't have to face any issues because of this. It looks like a very small innovation, but I think there's a lot of need for Indian founders from India to need to actually look at problem statements that are in every day. You might see any problem statements. Thank you, Vamshi. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah. To actually look at the problem statements of what all can be done using technology, and just start building solutions. Now, the same product, if you look at how the hand is working, whenever a normal human being thinks about moving their fingers, they automatically move, right? But for people who lose their hands, whenever they think about opening and closing their hand, you observe these muscular movements on the surface. They emit minute electrical impulses in micro and millivolts. So these are called electromyography signals. So we built a pair of sensors that can understand what a person is trying to do and sending those into a bionic controller to control them using a motors in a robotic hand. Now we thought, if we can use, we already solved a big problem. How can we extend the same solution, the R&D that we've done, into building other solutions, right? So we came up with another solution for Parkinson's. You know that people with Parkinson's, they get tremors, they don't have control over their hands, right? So we thought, okay, we started studying the signals from the hand, you know, how their hand is moving and all that, because we already have some experience in signal processing and all that with EMG. And we thought, rather than sending it to the muscles, sending it to the motors, what if we actually send those signals back into the human body through vibrotactile stimulations or electrical impulses, and we were able to arrest the movements. I'd like you to play the next video. You can see how she's actually struggling to do a basic motor function. Next. And just after using this, you can see the difference. Next. The next video. Yeah. Even here, this patient was actually about to enter a deep brain stimulation surgery that cost about 25 to 30 lakhs. And now just using this particular device, which we're planning to bring it to the market at around 1 lakh rupees, they're able to, she's able to get control back. Can you play it again so that you can observe the difference. So what I wanted to actually cover today is I just wanted to give a couple of examples of what just a bunch of 25, 30 people sitting here in Hyderabad could do. I hope that 7 years ago when we started, 7.5 years ago, probably there are only very few startups that are doing it. But with the whole Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, all these things getting a lot of prominence, you can actually see a lot of such startups that are coming up. And I would request all the people here, whether you're industry leaders or whether you're investors or startups, just keep collaborating, and the power of collaboration can give results like this. Thank you.
So wasn't that inspiring? Let's have a very big round of applause. This is what Make in India looks like, isn't it? So Pranav, this was very inspiring, all of that. I mean, we are all very engaged. We were so engaged listening to you. But having said that, you mentioned that it was a 6.5, 7-year journey to launch the product in a market, But creating a hardware like this, which is so high-end, also requires a lot of resources. While you mentioned you were able to do it at 2930 CR, but I mean, what are the challenges then being a hardware startup? Because all the newspaper headlines, we talk about funding news, all of that goes to the B2C companies.
Correct. So one of the major issues that not just as most of the hardware startups face, the first thing is obviously funding. But that's actually changing right now. The ecosystem there's a lot of development that's happening in the ecosystem. But putting funding aside, The other major issues is actually when we started, initially we had heavy reliance on countries like China, Taiwan and places like that, because we didn't have a lot of support in terms of, like if I give the example of a hand, there are 113 different components that go into a hand that come from 20 different processes, right? So it's very complicated to build these products. So getting high quality vendors, because obviously most of the vendors are only focused on bigger order sizes and all that, but startups have very limited resources. They can't even order MOQs. So one of the biggest issues that we faced initially was actually finding these people. However, now in the whole 7-year journey, now we're able to find that there are a lot of prototyping manufacturing centers that have come up where they're actually supporting hardware startups. So things are actually shifting. Earlier, the problem was the ecosystem itself was not fully developed, but that's changing very rapidly now.
Okay, so that's good to hear. And what about the funding? I mean, how easy or difficult it is? Because I believe, especially for hardware, from what I understand, a lot of VCs and PE funds are not really interested because they want something which is like ready to be launched in the market.
Correct. So the biggest issue is, especially in countries like India, we don't have a lot of patient capital.
Exactly.
Because people want results immediately. Right? For example, Kalam, we took 6.5 years to develop. And when I went just with a PPT or a piece of paper with an investor, and they're just seeing like 24-year-old kid who's asking for 10 crores, 20 crores, they cannot trust, right? So that patient capital is missing. However, right now things are shifting a little, because even there are so many fund of funds that the government is launching right now. There are a lot of grants, whether it is with the Department of Science and Technology, with the Technology Development Board, with the Department of Biotechnology. A lot of funds, grants are being provided right now. So things are shifting. So things look very optimistic right now. Yeah.
Can you share about some of the early grants that helped you?
So there are so many grants. Like for example, DBT, Department of Biotechnology, has something called as a big grant, right? They give almost 50 lakh rupees for a startup. So based on your technology readiness level, you have a scale of 1 to 9. Whether you are between 1 to 3 or between 4 to 6, based on your technology readiness level, the governments are providing different grants. So, yeah, like I said, and not just that, even when you reach a production level, the government is also providing grant in aid and loans at very low interest rate also, something at 5 to 6% interest rate, so that people can actually set up the manufacturing unit and things like that.
So essentially you are a government-backed startup.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and can you also, very quickly, I see time's up. So, I mean, you mentioned briefly about how there was difficulty in getting vendors in India. So did you also have to rely on China during your initial stages?
Yes, initially we had to rely on China, probably in the first year. But slowly then we were able to find very high quality vendors within India itself, because it was literally like the last decade. We've been almost active for the last decade. And we actually could see the entire journey of how very good quality CNC, machining, whether it is 3D printing, all these have actually developed and have come into like where we reached a level where the cost, a startup can bear that kind of costs. Right? Those costs have come down significantly. However, we are not on par with China right now, but I think probably in the next 5 to 7 years, things are going to change very rapidly.
So that is what it means, right? Bringing supply chains back to India, right?
Correct.
So fantastic. Thanks a lot for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure having you here. Just please stay back on the stage. May I request now Ranjit Sahai, India Today's managing editor, to come on stage to present a token of appreciation to Pranav. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another very interesting Make in India story for you in the Pecha Kucha segment. Now we have a 22-year-old, Rahul Aripaka, founder, Harvested Robotics, who will talk about how he's building laser weeding technology for farmers. They're certainly one of a kind. There are only 15 countries in the entire world who are working on this technology, and there's another one in India. So welcome, Rahul.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Rahul. So I'm from Harvested Robotics. So we are a startup based in India that's trying to, tackle the issue of weeds on the farms, right? So weeds are basically the unwanted crops that grow along with your main crops that actually, take all your nutrition content, cause diseases, pests, and things like that if you don't eliminate them at the very early stage. And weeding is a huge issue in farms across the globe. And in India, we only have two major ways of eliminating weeds. Either we hire labor to actually manually pick weeds out. So for an acre, you would spend roughly 8 hours to 9 hours to do weeding. And farmers in India are spending roughly 10,000 rupees per acre per weeding session. And in a season, people are doing weeding close to 4 to 5 times, right? The other way of doing weeding is spraying chemicals, right? You have to spray them 3 times a season, and that, degrades your soil, it goes to the groundwater, and even, causes lower yields, right? So we have come up with a way of, detecting the weeds by using camera systems and AI, and then we use high power lasers to eliminate these detected weeds, right? And our machines, do three major things. First, they capture the image, and then we run an AI on this to detect what's a weed, what's a crop, and where to shoot it. And then we just use high power lasers to burn them in less than 0.5 seconds. And our machines are called Rakshak, which basically sits onto any tractor using the 3-point hitch. And we're also powered from the tractor itself. So we have cameras and lights that are looking down on the crops, detecting them. We have a very high targeting accuracy as well. And we can attach to any tractor out there. And using our technology, we're eliminating the, the use of chemicals. And also, we are hiring just one person to drive your tractor across your farms, and we do weeding in real time. And the entire system also doesn't require any batteries because it's directly powered from the tractor itself. And so this is how our machines operate. So you can attach to a tractor, and you can run your drive your tractor across the farms. Just to show you a close-up image on how we actually burn down weeds. So this is a video of us eliminating weeds in our office. So it just takes less than 0.5 seconds to burn down weeds. So we can do close to 100 to 120 weeds per minute. And the problem is that in order to actually make our machines work, we need to collect a lot of data, right? And there's no farm or agri or crop data in India. And, unlike other countries where universities are actually collecting it. So we have decided to actually collect our own data. So we have our camera boxes attached behind tractors, and we're actually collecting, data from different states in India. So this is how our machines look on the farms. So this machine is also attached to a tractor, gets powered from a tractor, and we use GPS and RGB and near-infrared camera systems along with lighting systems to actually capture really, really high resolution images from 50 to 100 centimeters from the ground. And all these images are geotagged, so we know what crop it is in and which location is it in, and also we know what time of the day it's being collected at, and also we are collecting in this data in real time. And so all this data, all this machines have a onboard SIM in it, so it's having internet. So all these machines actually come to us directly. The images can be seen on our platform, and we collect in both 2 different formats, in both near infrared and RGB. And we are trying to build the India's biggest agri data bank, which is only focused in Indian farms. So we know what type of crops and what type of weeds are growing out there. So this is actually a farm in KGF in outskirts of Karnataka. We're actually collecting images for cabbage crops. Yeah, so that's about it. And anybody is working on robotics or AI or computer vision, we love to attract new talent and also work with farmers. So anybody can reach out to us.
So that's another very powerful story of innovation with us here. So Rahul, again, my question to you is, you showed us this very interesting technology. We all know how farmers themselves are at the bottom of the pyramid, right? And you are coming here with this technology, but we also know that, how much labor-intensive weeding is, right? It takes 20-30% of their farming time goes into just weeding. So, the work is phenomenal, but what about, can you give us the whole business model of, are farmers directly your clients, or how does that work?
So we don't directly sell it to the farmers. So our plan is to, we are trying to set up a dealership network with existing tractor OEMs or agri equipment OEMs. And we try to plan to roll out our machines through them. So servicing becomes easier for them because these machines have to be maintained every year. And also the data has to be updated every year. So our plan is to do like a dealership model. So farmers can pick it up from the closest dealership, just like how you buy a tractor.
So if you can tell me how much does it cost?
Right. As you mentioned, there's only 15 companies globally working on this, and all the machines out there which are commercially available would cost you at least $1 million, which is roughly 10 crores. Whereas our machines, which are built for Indian farms, Indian tractors, the power requirements, so we are priced. We're looking to be priced around the 10 to 12 lakh rupee, price point for this weeding technology.
And is there also, you also mentioned about the AI platform you're building with all the data. And it's also interesting that now you are also building this whole database of crops and fruits and vegetables that are there in the country. But does this AI database also goes to the farmers in this 10 to 12 lakh cost? Or
right. So all these machines, in order to run, right, so we need that AI, and this AI has to be, we have to collect the data. So all this data that we're collecting and building the model is going to be in the machine. And also every time the machine runs, also we keep collecting data so we can make the weeding process faster, make the AI much better. So we keep collecting data. So that's like a never-ending process.
But it's still a one-time cost. There's no
software.
It's not a SaaS model.
There is no SaaS model. It's a one-time buy, and you can use the machine. But in future, our plan is, since we're collecting a lot of data, but we want to give insights to the farmers, we plan on testing out maybe like a 100 rupee where you can do analysis on your farms. This is more like an antivirus software for farms that we're looking at, but that's not the goal at the moment.
Okay, and also, I will also ask this question that I asked Pranav about the whole ecosystem challenges. You yourself took, you're 22-year-old, but you still took very long to develop this technology, right? So, how does the economics work? And what support did you get and from where?
Okay, so, we started this company back in 2023 when we were still in college. So you were a bit super lucky because we had a really good college. They were able to support us. So they gave us roughly, we came from Mahindra University in Hyderabad. So we have an incubator there. We have a really good VC. So they gave us roughly, 20 lakhs to build this technology, in our fourth year. So we were able to build a few prototypes, do a little bit of testing, and also the university, had the Mahindra Connect. So we were able to get tractors from Mahindra to test it on every single model of theirs to test it out. And also we used to get a really good insights from them. This is the Indian farming turning radius and things like that. So that really helped. And then also we got a government grant of 10 lakh rupees. So that helped us to, put in more hours into development. But we recently raised like a pre-seed round where we raised, roughly 5 crores from a VC based out in Bangalore. And also we were lucky enough to be backed by Anand Mahindra as one of our angel investors. Yes. So, but yeah, funding is, we have to speak to roughly 20, 30 investors across India, telling them these 23-year-old guys want to build something in agri. But yeah, it took some time, but it took us roughly 11 months to raise money.
I think the good thing that worked for you was your research time was a little less as compared to a lot of other hardware startups.
Yeah, so we're still researching, we're still testing.
Yes.
But yeah, the initial kick that we got in from college, so that helped us to save time.
Yeah, the POC was up. Okay. And we have a lot of students here in our audience. So And a lot of us, when I speak to a lot of students, they are mostly interested in internet startups, you know. So what would you like to tell them about Make in India, like what you did?
Okay. So I think, hardware is a very different game, right? It's not like software where in a click of a button you can see something working. And hardware, there's a lot of things that you have to play around with, electronics, mechanical things. But it's super duper interesting to work with hardware because that is something that you have built with your hands, right? So I would say that, if anybody is interested in computer vision software or, building robotics, you should actually reach out to us. We are actually looking to hire a couple of folks in our company.
So there is an employer sitting right here. And what would you want universities to do more? Because most of the success stories, if we see, I mean, there are all these startup awards that we keep seeing. And I mean, it's only like from the top 50, there are very handful of hardware startups. So what would you, what would you want to share with VCs, the universities? So there are a lot more companies like yours out there.
Right. So I think if you see any really good company, at least at the college stages, I think we should continue to encourage them. So we were super lucky that we had professors helping us as advisors. Our university was, helping us by giving funds to do this. So I think, colleges should actually find more startups like us, not only in hardware, in general, and, test it out whether it works or not. So, then they know whether they should pursue this or not.
And have you got your first big order, or are you still in research stage?
So we are still not in the market yet. So we have roughly, a couple of hundred people, farmers individually reaching out to us, to buy the machine. So we have a couple of signups. We have not taken any big orders yet.
Okay, so wishing you good luck for your journey, and thank you for sharing your story with us. We are all inspired. And now I would like to call Ranjit Sahai, Managing Editor at India Today, to come to stage and present the token of appreciation. It's time for the next session. We all know how robotics is becoming mainstream, and no wonder now smart manufacturing is also using robotics in a big way, enhancing efficiency, flexibility, and precision. Please welcome Mr. Gopalakrishnan, CS, Whole-Time Director and Chief Manufacturing Officer at Hyundai Motors, India, to share how automation is redefining the future of Indian manufacturing. Welcome, sir. Moderating this session is MG Arun, India Today's Managing Editor. Welcome, MG.
Thanks, Sonal. Good afternoon again. From a startup like Rahul, we are coming to a veteran. Mr. Gopalakrishnan CS has been with Hyundai since 1997. So that means, he has put in over 3 decades in automotive manufacturing. So we are very lucky to have you here, sir. He's a whole-time director and chief manufacturing officer of Hyundai Motor India. And he's also a trustee of the Hyundai Motor India Foundation. As in his current role as a CMO, he's responsible for Hyundai's manufacturing operations, including production, quality, and procurement, that is sourcing and supply chain functions for the domestic and export markets. So at the Chennai factory, he has come all the way from Chennai to join us. He leads and nurtures a vibrant team of 14,000 plus employees across functions, all while ensuring manufacturing excellence amongst Hyundai Motor Company's global plants. So let us give him a good round of applause welcoming him. And let me now invite Mr. Gopalakrishnan to give his opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting us to share our thoughts today. In fact, very inspiring sessions, previous sessions, really become emotional. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be part of this dialogue on how advanced technologies are transforming or reshaping the manufacturing, particularly the auto manufacturing. This topic could not be more relevant. At Hyundai, we have been on a journey to make our manufacturing more flexible, intelligent and responsive, at the same time responsible. Let me share some of our journey experience today. First, let me begin with the flexibility. As all you know, in the automotive world, particularly in India, the flexibility is not a buzzword. It is a necessity now. When the demand surges, our production lines must scale up quickly and adjust to the demand. When it dips for a particular model, we must recalibrate it quickly. It should be adaptable. So this agility is the key for the success, which keeps us competitive in this today's very challenging environment. And one more thing, the customers are becoming more aspirational. They want more premium features, high technology products. So let me give some data. If you see in 2021, the connected car penetration was around 14%. In 2024, it got doubled, nearly 29%. If you see the high-end trims, it was 14% in 2019 and in 23% in 2024. And sunroof, a country like India preferring sunroof, despite India's hot climate, it was 7% in the year 2020. Now it is 27%, it was in 2024. Now it is increasing. More people are wanting panoramic sunroof, normal sunroof. So clearly, the customers are seeking premium features and advanced technology innovative products. So our success lies in understanding these aspirations and delivering right products at the right time. So to support this, we need to build a very strong IT infrastructure. Wherever required, you deploy advanced technology solutions, whether it is AI or robotics or ML or DL. So this should facilitate the market demand. So let me give few examples, specific examples. In the body building shop, where we assemble the body, car body by welding, conventionally what you will have a dedicated complete production line for one particular model. But we have got a global body build line, which can produce 4 models simultaneously according to the market ratios, market demand. You can change the ratios. And moreover, these bodies move in carriers. Whenever you want to introduce a new model, you just swap the carrier and teach the robot. So the new model integration becomes so easy, and we can do it in a very short time at low cost. And one more recent development, recently we have gone in for iRob system, that is intelligence robo system, which we have implemented in the Pune plant recently, where we can make 8 models in the single line. The robots handle all the sub-assemblies, whether a side, floor, roof, handles, it places, and it enables welding, and it ensures the body structural building. So this allows us to build multiple models in a single line without losing capacity, at the same time required speed. So our approach towards automation is mostly human-centric. We automate repeated, complex, difficult jobs to enhance worker productivity and speed so that we can create safer, more comfortable workplace for our teams. I still remember 10 years back, we were doing the CO2 welding, which generate a lot of welding fumes. The workers were reluctant to work in that area. Almost we had 12 people working on that, a body shop, which is producing almost 55 cars an hour. The operator, 12 operators, they have to do the CO2 welding continuously, lot of fume generation. So I automated with 4 robots. So why I'm saying this, there was a pain point and we were able to automate and we could get the result. Then moving on to the intelligence. So obviously when you want to run a plan in a competitive way, so you have to achieve consistency in quality, you have to optimize the process, and you have to reduce the wastage. So wherever there is a pain point, you can deploy intelligent systems. So this is another example. This is called Spot Robo. This is agile robot developed by Boston Dynamics. This is used in our Hyundai Singapore plant. This robo moves around the car body while it is being assembled. This confirms the availability of the parts along with the correct specification. So similarly, we have developed an AI-based solution at our final assembly line. Earlier, the operator had to remember all the parts. When we are making multi-models, multi-variants in a single line, it was very, very difficult and challenging for the operator to remember every specification. So we have given us tablet-based solution, AI-based solution. He has to just scan the entire car body with a tablet. So this has reduced the defects very drastically, almost to zero. Now let me give some of the other examples. Like we have deployed deep learning vision system in body welding sealer inspection, and high-speed robo vision system for engine external part checking, collaborative robots in the engine sub-assemblies, again to check and confirm the engine part. Almost we have developed 200 plus digital dashboards to monitor the entire plant. And when we have this advanced solution, we generate a lot of data. So with this data, we process, we have got data scientists, we have trained them in the premium institutions, we do data analytics projects. So upfront, we are able to predict the failures, whether it is the drop lifter or a fan or a conveyor, any mechanical equipment by which we can reduce the downtime, at the same time, we can improve the efficiency. So overall, this technology works for us. Now, in the auto industry, responsiveness is the key for staying ahead. You need to respond to the customer preferences, whether it's a technology products, whether it is a demand. So we integrate the market insights, the sales planning data to the production sequence, not only to the factory, but also to the vendors' partners. So this ensures we can respond quickly to the market demands. And some of the other examples during new model development, we are extensively using some of the solutions like digital pre-assembly, virtual reality training for the operators for new models, robo offline programming, and offline testing. So these solutions are helping us to upfront identify the potential bottlenecks in the conveyor, in the equipment, or in the process, so that the new vehicle launch time gets reduced, and also the cost is also getting reduced, and that when we start the production, it becomes so smooth. So AI and robotics and other solutions are not just transforming the way we manufacture, but they are redefining what it means to manufacture in a responsible way. As a responsible corporate, we have committed to becoming carbon neutral by the year 2045. So we have done significant reduction in all the scope 1, 2, and 3. We have already achieved RE100 in our Chennai plant operations in scope 2. So we implemented various digital solutions, monitoring mechanisms. We have carried out various, energy reduction programs, wastage reduction programs, so that our journey towards becoming net zero is in line with our overall goals. So looking ahead, going forward, what is in it? We want to become a software-defined factory in the future, where our focus will be have a flexible in automation and implement smart systems which are human-friendly. At the same time, wherever is possible, provide an AI solution. Nowadays, the manufacturing industry moving towards becoming the concept called dark factory 24/7. It's complete automation. You can switch off the entire lights. Everything is right from the coil to the final car. It is completely dark, including the pressing, welding, transfer, everything. The factory is completely dark. So these concepts are evolving now, along with humanoid robots. When you deploy humanoid robots, the area required is becoming much more lesser than the normal other automated systems. So these robotics really shaping as the industry. At the same time, we must understand we need to upgrade and upskill the employee skill sets. The World Economic Forum estimate that 44% of core skills will change in the next 5 years, with AI and big data taking the lead. So our parent company has established Hyundai Motor Innovation Center Singapore, which is a smart factory. That unit is fully supporting us in providing these solutions as well as upskilling our employees. And also we are collaborating with various premier institutions to upskill our employees in terms of digital skills and digital leadership, so that our employees are future ready. So before I conclude, let me say a Harvard Business School study says companies must be ambidextrous. In the sense, you have to leverage your current strengths and explore new ideas to become, future ready. Leverage the current strength, at the same time explore new possibilities, new innovations. So in today's dynamic Bonnie world, a dynamic landscape, sometimes the best practices may not give the desired results. So that time you have to quickly adapt to the next practice to stay resilient in the world. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Gopalakrishnan. You have given an extremely comprehensive view of what happens in an automotive plant when it comes to cutting-edge technologies. What I wanted to understand from you is, you have seen the automotive shop floor from decades ago. We're talking about 1997, and even before that, you had a stint with Maruti. How has the shop floor changed when it comes to cutting-edge technologies, and where are Indian automotive plants when you compare with some of the best in class in the world?
Thank you so much. If you ask me about the Hyundai India plant, whether it is Pune or Chennai, we are at par with the global plants. One of the best passenger vehicle manufacturing plants in terms of technology, in terms of facilities, process and people. Way back, the automation levels were very high, very low. Now we have ramped up our production. Now currently in Chennai plant, we can make 131 units per hour. The capacity of Chennai plant is around 824,000 units per annum. And in Pune, the current capacity will be around 170,000 units. And we'll be ramping up to another 80,000. So it will come to 250,000 units. So overall put together close to 1 million units. See, the main objective is to remain competitive, at the same time make a flexible and agile factory, and keep your capacity utilization always above the desired level. So we have been operating our capacity utilization more than 90% because of the agility and flexibility. So we make multi-models, multi-variants in a single line. We have got a strong IT interface, and we have developed a strong infrastructure. And also we have deployed various digital advanced technology solutions to support this process. So it goes like this. See, we never become complacent. So we always keep looking for our pain points and scope areas where we can improve. So if there is a technology is available, then we'll try to match. And we don't simply implement the solution. We really, we consider every aspect. And if it is really impacting our production metrics, if it is really, say, for example, reducing cost or achieving quality consistency, with a reasonable ROI, we are going for that particular solution. Yeah.
So all this is in tandem with the customer expectations, right? I mean, I think automotive industry is one segment where customer expectations have been soaring like ever high. So is that what is driving, this kind of a competition to be cutting edge? And if you can give some illustration how the whole, demand has, kind of expectations have risen over the years.
Yeah, definitely. Now, currently, close to 70% of our product, what we sell, is of SUVs. Earlier, those days, small cars and hatchbacks. Now, customers are moving towards SUVs, premiumization, and high-tech, high-trim parts, connected cars, ADAS. So when we are going for producing high-featured premium cars, when you are going to make multi-models in a single line, you have to develop that infrastructure and offer the futurist products to customers. So technology really helps us to meet the customer requirements. At the same time, we are able to run the factory as per our requirement. Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to ask you something about the cost-benefit analysis, in the sense, how do you sort of really measure the kind of, change, the advantages that you get from implementing some of these technologies? Because these are not, these are costly technologies at the end of the day. How do you make that call?
See, again, definitely, as I rightly said, everything starts from the identifying the gap areas. I call it as a digital walk. So from the station 1 to the station final, you just walk around, observe each and every station. Is there any possibility of further improvement, or is there any gap? Something is for example, as I said, in the final inspection, if I am making 6 models, say 100 variants, earlier the operator has to remember all the 30 part specifications. For example, the headlamp or the door handles, it's a chrome or colored or something else. He has to remember. It was very laborsome. So and we used to get some defects. So if we provide a solution, AI-based solution with a tab, the defects almost zero. Okay. And another example is, for example, suppose you want to increase the units per hour, say double, you want to quickly ramp up. Within a short space, if you want to, make 3-4 models, then you should look in for, like iRobs or some other advanced jig system. So if you properly analyze the cost benefit, definitely you will get the reasonable ROI, and that really makes us to implement the solutions. Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about some of the challenges, in adoption of robotics in India. We have had some earlier sessions, where speakers talked about the high cost of imports, because, there is the component of imported parts is very high. I mean, sometimes even more than 90% or 95%. So is that a setback? How can, India become more self-sufficient when it comes to...
I would say the system is evolving now, like the ecosystem is evolving now. I can give a specific example. During COVID times, we carried out one specific project, and we had one, I don't want to mention the specific maker, we had a complete automated machining line where we machine all engine parts. So we wanted to implement those, the lines with new machines, at the same time overall the current machines. So during COVID time, the maker was reluctant to come down here, and he was asking us huge money. So we had quickly assembled a team with maintenance and manufacturing engineering. We did some of the reverse engineering for some of the parts, like the slides, spindles and everything, and we were able to develop the local source, and we did extra work on that, and we were able to complete the project almost 30% lesser than the overall project cost within the same time. So those challenges really, help us to learn from our, the experience. Now we are almost 28 years company. So the self-reliance is one of the key areas where we make huge amount of money. Yeah.
Excellent. In fact, you in your presentation, you also touched upon the fact that we need to skill our workforce so that to make them ready to get into the AI age, as we can call it. So what are the specific things that you feel? I mean, because when you hire somebody into your factories, what are the kind of skills that you would look forward to? And we have got academicians here who are already building in AI into their curriculums. In fact, Satyabhama University is already, I think, 600 students from AI-specific batch has come out of last year. So what's your suggestion?
No, my suggestion would be like, my requirement would be, as engineer, you should be fundamentally strong in your fundamentals, and you should have a curiosity to learn new things, and you should be a lifelong learner. And some of the recent new technology, like whether it is ML or deep learning or analytics, you try to learn few things extra. And if you are able to mix both your strong fundamentals and new technologies, and if you are able to apply in the production or manufacturing field, you'll be doing a wonderful job. More than the learning, you should have a flair to learn new things, adaptability aligned with the company's culture. More than that, the mindset you have to deliver, then definitely that will make you to become a professional. So everyone wants to, if you want to become a professional, you need to put extra effort to learn new things. So if you have that kind of attitude, definitely then the sky is your boundary.
Finally, Mr. Gopalakrishnan, you also spoke about your company's aim to become carbon neutral. Now, building sustainable factories for the future is a big goal for you. I mean, you just touched upon it. Could you just elaborate on this?
Yeah, Chennai plant recently we have become RE100 in scope 2. We have built a 10 megawatt solar plant in our factory, and we have got a third-party partner in Tamil Nadu itself to supply the wind power and the solar power, so by which we are able to achieve the 100% RE. Not only that, almost last year alone, 41% reduction in both scope 1 and scope 2 carbon footprint reduction. And basically, our global philosophy is right move for the right future. So we have embedded our ESG principles across all our operations. So a lot of things like whether it is hazard-based reduction, or we are a zero discharge company, and water saving, like we have got 6 ponds inside the factory, almost 340,000 kiloliters we can store the water, which is around 90 plus days for our consumption. And not only that, we are also hand-holding all our supply partners, all of them being assessed for the GHG emissions. So we are fully on the track to achieve our final goal, and I think this will continue. Yeah.
Also, do you think, I mean, you must have heard some of the youngsters talk about the fact that, they need more support from not just the government, but also from the industry. So do you think that there should be more, industry, academia, kind of collaborations to support some of these ideas in a bigger way?
Yeah, we have also partnered with some of the premium institutions. In fact, let me quote a few examples. Our HMC Global, our parent company, has partnered with IIT Madras, Delhi, and Mumbai, and we have partnered with IIT Madras to develop hydrogen localization ecosystem. We are funding almost 100 crores. It is in the Chennai IIT Research Valley Park. Not only that, I am the trustee of Hyundai Motor Foundation, and Hyundai India Foundation and IIT Chennai are building India's first cancer genomics lab to do a research to provide a targeted therapy for cancer patient. So we're fully collaborating with all the academia and other premium institutions. Yeah.
Wow. A big round of applause to Mr. Gopalakrishnan for explaining so many concepts so lucidly and so powerfully. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gopalakrishnan, for sharing how robotics are making manufacturing smarter and more responsive. May I now request Sahir Ranjit, Managing Editor at India Today, to please come up on stage and present the token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout the day we have had the impact of we have looked at the impact of AI on healthcare, manufacturing. Now we are going to look at how India can build the robotics ecosystem from the grounds up. Requesting Mr. Kishan, PSV Chairman, All India Robotics Association and founder, HBots Robotics, and CEO of Anvi Robotics, to come on stage and share his vision for homegrown innovation. Welcome, Mr. Kishan. Also requesting MG Arun to come up on stage to moderate this discussion.
Hi, Kishan. Welcome to the program. Maybe we could start off telling us about your journey so far, because we can see that you're founder of HBots Robotics and CEO of Anvi Robotics. So you have done a lot of work in that area. So how you started off, and what were the initial challenges you had when you started your enterprise?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. So it's almost 18 years of journey. So I started my first startup when I was in my graduation second year in the same robotics. And so it was like robotics was the future back then in 2007. And I've been hearing it's the future. Thank God at least today, India Today has invited me here to talk about robotics manufacturing in India today. So finally we are here. But yeah, so the first, when I stepped into robotics, it was always, I was born to do something in robotics, so there's no fancy stuff like that. So it was very simple. I used to run an organization, orphanage, so I need funds to maintain that orphanage. And one easiest way for me to get and learn something and get into it was robotics at that time. And I started learning robotics in Vellore Institute of Technology. And then I started my first edutech in robotics. And then we started working on PCB manufacturing. And by the time I finished my graduation, I had almost around 350 employees. And I went to my own college for placements. And everything was very colorful, etc. and all. And in 2012, I think we again had one of the biggest failures. And because there was no ecosystem of robotics. And then again, 2014, we again restarted my journey. Then we built something called agriculture robots. And it's on, so it's always like success and failure. So if 1 year is success, even and odd. So we've been following the same in success and failures.
Okay. Policies, do play a very vital role in creating the kind of ecosystem that you need to create. You have been a very integral part of the Telangana robotics framework. Could you tell us a little bit about that, and what are the kind of inputs that went to it, and what are some of the suggestions of the policy?
Yeah, so I'll also just talk about a small story before I go there. So my fourth startup was Hedgebots Robotics. So I started this in 2017. So till then we've been doing a lot of work in edutech and then PCB manufacturing, etc. So one day I happened to visit an event in Singapore, and there was a beautiful semi-humanoid robot standing there, and wanted to just touch and feel it, obviously, as an youngster. And we were slightly humiliated there. So then we decided, why can't we make a robot in India? And then we came back, and then we announced something called India's first smart policing robot. So in 2017. And Jayesh Ranjan Garu, so one of the principal secretary of IT, so he was the one who was there, a part of that media delegation again. So we announced, and while we are announcing as a youngster again, we get a lot of excitement. So one more other word or terminology I used is like we make the entire robot made in India. So we don't import any components from China, because I was raised and born and raised in an era of there are only two villains for you. So one is Pakistan, one is China. That was what we taught in our school days, right? So that's where we grew up. So we thought we should not use any components from China. And fortunately, we manufactured. So 99% of the entire robot is made in India. And we launched it. We successfully did it. And the day we launched it, it went viral. And we were able to receive some funding, but the funders backed off because they want the Made in India tag to be removed, and which we denied. And we removed that Made in India tag from backside and had it in front of our robot. So still our products goes with Made in India tag in front of the robot. So on that day, really we lost 200 robot orders from Malaysia. But we were very happy because at least we did something. But one thing I realized is patriotism and business cannot be together. And that's what really making me falls in troubles from last 18 years. So once we launched this robot, and we got a lot of recognition from Western countries, and then we started selling our products there. And back in India in 2020, we know what happened again. COVID came. And during COVID, we designed a product called disinfection robot. And every outside disinfection robot was around 50 lakh, and we designed a product with around 3.5 lakh. And that was our biggest achievement. And then, we didn't sell any product, but we given a space in Robotics Museum in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad. So at least we thought, even the product is not making outside in the market, at least it is there in the museum. So in all this story, what we realized is, we made different products, we made good products, we made better products, but we never made money. We spent a lot of money in making these products, but we never made money. So that's when I realized there's no proper trade body, no association, nothing. So then IT Minister of Telangana, so then I went to him, I proposed him an idea. called, let's start something called All India Robotics Association. Then we started All India Robotics Association in 2020, December 15th. And the moment we launched, we started getting a lot of requests from the industry body that I had this problem, I have this problem, my components are not coming. Because you took voluntarily as a big brother role. Then when we started talking to the governments, then we realized it's not about having association, it's not about having industries, it's not about having clients. There is one biggest brother out of all this, which is policy. If there's no policy in the government, there's no need of doing anything.
So it is learning the hard way, you
Yes.
know. Yeah, and you went on a policy of backward integration.
Backward
You
integration.
yourself found out what is missing and tried to fill the gaps.
True.
So tell us about the policy.
So first we went to government of Telangana. We said, so we need a policy. And I was so back of them almost for like 7.5, 8 months. And then finally, to make me not come to secretariat again, they accepted, okay, let's make a policy. And then we started designing the policy. And 3 important segments we focused is, one, industry academia. I mean, we want an education to be parallelly grown in robotics. And then there should be a research and development. There should be some incentives from the government. Without incentives, there's no startup can do anything, because the central incentives are different, the local incentives are different. So we focused on these 3. And again on the robotics as well. So before COVID, if you look at the trends of in robotics, everyone used to come up with a different product. But again, the reality, whether the market needs or not, is slightly different. So then we started gathering all the information, and we made sure that Telangana can focus on consumer robotics, healthcare, defense, and security. So these are the 4 industrial automation. So these are the 5 important segments we created. And similarly, we did for national strategy on robotics for MIT. And then for Kerala robotics, Kerala state. And now we are doing it for Goa and Tamil Nadu as well.
So with those policies in place, you think that today we have a better framework?
Yeah, the framework is good. Again, it is also important that the implementation also plays a key vital role. Kerala is doing really good. Telangana is doing good. But again, there's a gap again. See, even though we have policies, so the policy will only talk about giving you certain incentives. Policies will only talk to you about first customer. So Telangana has a policy that if you make a robot, Telangana government would be the first customer, but doesn't give you the full money to scale your product again, right? And the biggest challenge I see startups, even as a startup, so still I'm continuing my startup journey, is importing of components. So we've been trained in such a way that focus on end product. So my question to all the youngsters over here, don't focus on product, focus on components which will build that product. So that is what India needs today. So it's not that the robot making, it's all like assembling all the available components. So why can't we focus on making those components is my strike question, and which we are still focusing on.
So that brings us, to some of the challenges that are presently there. I mean, our robo density is supposed to be, very low. I mean, compared to several other countries. So what is holding us back?
So, I'm only talking about my perception over, definitely. So one thing I strongly believe is Y2K bug, if we are talking about the previous histories, so Y2K bug has given us an accidental opportunity for India to grow in software segment. While we concentrated, because when the Y2K bug happened, so we need, the world needs a lot of workforce, and India was alternative, and they came here and we started supporting them. And while this is happening, there were a lot of developers who started developing software products in the country, and that's how we raised in software. And similarly to happen in robotics, that magical moment have never come yet, right? And one important thing which is getting hold us back is robotics needs a lot of research, R&D. And we don't have any premium research institutes which is focusing more on the subsystems or components of those particular robots. We always talk about surveillance robot, We always talk about agriculture. We always talk about defense. We always talk about something. Even I talk about, my startup also works on different various products. So we always focused only on that because industry or the society made us to focus only on that. If I would have focused all my 18 years in making nice motors for robots or nice electronic chips for motors, I think today we would have been in a different stage. I think that's something which need to be developed. It's my perception. I'm sorry if it's against.
No, you're very right. I mean, R&D is a very, very important point, and developing the right ecosystem also means developing the right education policies, the curriculum around it, and this came up even in our discussion earlier. In fact, the minister also pointed to some of the things that they are planning, and in fact they are planning a AI hub, totally where they will house only companies which are into AI, and these are the kind of things that are being done. What about the import components? Is it that we still have to depend quite heavily on the Chinese, or we are out of that?
So definitely we have to depend on Chinese. There's no doubt about it. Earlier, when I started my career, or at least for the last, before 2020, my perception was always on we should not import anything from China. We have to make it in India, etc. But that's not that easy, is what I realized. It's going to take at least 1 or 2 decades, and there have to be one entire generation which needs to be sacrificed. And I don't think so. No one will sacrifice the entire generation. So while developing a little and building a little, so I think it's going to take at least 1 decade more to have the entire ecosystem of robotics in India. And depending on China, at least on the major components, we have to depend. The reason is, here in India, if I have to go and get manufactured a smaller quantity, which is impossible. So if I go to China, at least that's happening. And we've been also seen, I've seen 2 sides of China. So the first side of China, which I've seen in my childhood, was there used to be a bazaar called China Bazaar, where you get all inventory for 10 rupees, 5 rupees. So the cheapest side of China. But recently, when I started closely looking at China, so we've seen a lot of premium segment of China. So there are a lot of robots, components coming from China. So we need to depend, which is definitely need to accept.
Before we let you go, and I just wanted to understand from you some of the work you're doing on the space robotics part. In fact, you were telling me your preparations to launch a robotic factory in space so that you can collect debris from space. That looks extraordinarily exciting. So could you please tell us something about that?
It's very simple. So as I said, fortunately or unfortunately, whatever I've done or whatever we have done till date was always early in the market. And in the robotics, if you have to measure something, so space robotics is the last and the longest and the largest subject ever inside robotics. So there is no premature for that, and there is no early in the market. So we thought, why can't we focus on it? It was more on a funny side, but on a serious note, so we are trying to build a space robotics factory in space. It's a virtual space factory, which we call it as Galactica. Anvi is a startup name. So Anvi's Galactica is a product name. And it's a module-based ecosystem which we are trying to build in space. So we have next 1 decade plan. So next year we are launching our first module. So removal of space debris and then manufacturing in space, assembling in space with all the advanced robotic systems and robotic arms is something which we are trying to build. So definitely next year we are hoping that our first mission will get successful and will put India on the global map for sure in the space robotics.
Okay, excellent. So with that note, all the best to you. A big round of applause.
Thank you.
To Mr. Kishan for...
So I'll just close one. So I think everyone are watching Instagram, everyone uses, even I use. So we watch Reels, right? So I just finished this with one line. Nowadays we see a lot of Reels saying that China has developed this, China has developed that. At least by the next India Today's Robotics Conclave next year or next year later, we want that to be replaced with India is making these robots, India is making these robots, India is making these advancements. So let's all grow for that and let's all aim for that. Thank you.
A big round of applause for that. Thank you so much, Kishan. Over to you, Sonal.
Thank you, Kishan, for sharing how India can be a global hub for indigenous robots. May I request MG to please share a token of appreciation with our esteemed guest? Ladies and gentlemen, we now close the day with the session that ties it all together, AI and the Productivity Promise. Please welcome Jaspreet Bindra, Managing Director and founder of Tech Whisperer, for the discussion on how AI can amplify human productivity and creativity, helping us work smarter, not harder. Welcome, Jaspreet.
I will do that. I will do that. Just okay, can you hear me okay? Thank you very much, especially to the people who have hung on gamely since the morning, listening to every speaker respectfully. The good news is that I'm the last in the lineup, and so just as the traffic builds up, you will head home. Jensen Huang, whom we all know very well, he runs a $5 trillion company, the only $5 trillion company ever, talked about in one of his CES, in one of his presentations, he talked about the evolution of AI. And for the first almost 60 years, from 1956, when AI, the word was formed, we had what he called perceptive AI, which is, or we also call it, predictive AI or analytical AI, machine learning, deep learning, natural language programming, all of the good AI that we had before ChatGPT kind of burst on the scene. And the second AI, according to him, is, as we all know, generative AI. And And the difference being that simply put, predictive AI predicts what's going to happen. Generative AI doesn't predict, it creates, it generates. And all of us are now awed by generative AI. We are mostly in love with it, sometimes a little fearful of it. But the next AI, according to him, which actually we are going through right now, the next wave, is agentic AI, AI and agents. And so if an AI tool can tell you what to do, an AI agent can do it for you. And so multiple possibilities around agentic AI. And then, according to him, the fourth wave, which has just about begun, and maybe very, very early, is where AI gets a physical form. And that, according to him, is physical AI. We know it as robotics. We talked about it a lot. According to him, though, the first physical robots which will be out there, real physical AI robots, I mean, we have had many in factories. The Hyundai chief manufacturing officer talked about it, etc. But super intelligent robots, according to him, actually are going to be autonomous cars. And so autonomous cars are nothing but AI, and it's kind of wrapped around AI is a car's body. And then obviously the humanoids. So in our mind, whenever we think robots, because we are anthropomorphizing, we think of this head and two arms and two legs, etc. But robotics is much more. You saw the tractor example, that's robotics. I mean, there are robotics, actually robots without a physical form in terms of robotic process automation, for example. And so we've had robotics for a while, but according to him, it hasn't even begun. And the fourth wave, he says, will be bigger than the first, second, and third put together. And in decades, not centuries, a couple of decades, maybe lesser, there'll be more physical robots than human beings on Earth, as per him. But if that is AI, what about us, human beings? And so, we human beings are very good at creating tools and technologies which make us the number one species, the pole species. And so we have, many thousand years back, we created a set of tools and technologies which created what we call the agricultural revolution, made food available to all of us. And then another set of tools and technologies created the industrial revolution. Labor became much more available. And then there was a few more revolutions. And then there was we created something which we call the internet and search. And it created the information revolution. Information became available, free, democratized. Before every such revolution, we human beings are both super excited, as I'm sure all of you here are, and also a little concerned, as I'm sure all of you here are, because these revolutions don't just change the way we work or the way we do business. They change everything. They change how we live, our society, our country, geopolitics, the planet, humanity itself. And the next revolution, of which robotics is a part, is where we are standing at the cusp of, where a new set of tools and technologies, which we call artificial intelligence, is now going to create the intelligence revolution, in which intelligence will become free. And I'm saying this again because we don't realize it. Intelligence becomes free, freely available on tap for all of us. And in this one also, we kind of are excited, but also concerned, because we know that it's going to change everything. And what I want to tell you in the next 3-4 minutes is actually AI and robotics is not just a technology. It's not a mere technology. It's a profound shift in the way humans and machines interact. Whenever, for example, you write a prompt on ChatGPT or any other tool, you're actually writing code. Because except that, the first time you used to write code to make a machine do something in a machine's language, now you're doing it in your natural language. And so in many ways, English has become the new coding. And therefore, vibe coding, etc., some of the words that you hear of. Agents are becoming the new platform. Agentic AI will change many things. It will change in enterprises, SaaS, for example. Software as a service is going to become service as a software, as humans and agents work together. Our teams, as however diverse we are, is still human beings. Soon, our teams are going to be human beings plus AI agents. My team, I'm just 3 people. and about 5 or 6 AI agents. We do more stuff than I used to do 4 or 5 years back with 10 human beings. In fact, Jensen Huang, the same Jensen Huang, said that IT will become the HR of AI agents. And so HR will be responsible for getting human beings into a team. IT will be responsible for getting agents or robots into that same team. Chat has become the new search. The browser, the dumb browser, is going away. AI browsers like Comet, etc., coming up. E-commerce will change to what is called agentic commerce. So some things I'm throwing at you to tell you that, look, everything is changing. Everything. It's that kind of revolution. In fact, Yuval Noah Harari and some of the other authors say that humanity itself changes. So according to him, the next evolution of the human species will be human plus robot or human plus AI. So, you had Homo erectus and Homo australopithecus and now Homo sapien. The next one is Homo Deus, which is us plus a robot. And that's why Neuralink and all the, injection of AI into human brains, etc., that Elon Musk and some of the others are doing. So it kind of transcends humanity. And so if all of this is happening so much, every morning you wake up, there's a new humanoid robot out there. There's certainly a new tools out there. There's a Sora 2 coming in, a VO3 coming in. How do you kind of keep up? How do you wrap your arms around it? And honestly, that is what I have been working on for the past 1.5, 2 years, having been in tech and AI for the longest time. But basically, I believe that the definition of literacy is going to change. Literacy was about reading, writing, adding, arithmetic. Now it's going to be reading, writing, adding. And how do we use AI in everything we do at work or at play? Naturally, instinctively, innately. It's not that I'm doing AI now and coming back. No, it will have to be infused in everything we do. Because it's the human plus AI which is actually going to, or a human plus robotics, which is actually going to become the wave of the future. As all of us will need to become what we call 10x people or 10x professionals, because we're kind of fortified by AI. And that is what is going to allow us to keep our jobs, allow us to thrive in this new environment which is coming in. And frankly, all of us don't need to be AI experts, but we all need to be literate in AI. The same way as you became literate in English and therefore could become a successful professional, go ahead in life, the same way you'll need to become literate in AI. And being literate in AI actually goes back to being human again, being curious, learning new things, becoming as Satya Nadella says, learn it all rather than know it all. Getting excited about it, developing judgment around it, figuring out what's right, what's wrong, developing curiosity, because upstream of a prompt is a question, and upstream of a question is curiosity. And unless you have that, you're never ever going to be working well with AI, because as answers become commodities, it's the questions you ask which will really differentiate you. And so literacy is what you need to do. And as I wrap up, I just want to tell you that, look, as we are in the throes of a new revolution, we are excited about it, but we are also concerned. This revolution doesn't just change technology or factories or how we work, or it changes everything. And it's here. And if we need to thrive in it, we need to embrace it, become literate in it, rather than becoming an expert in it, in everything out there. So that's what I just wanted to share with you as we close. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot, Mr. Bindra. Now we'll do a quick round of Q&A with him. MG and I will take it forward from here. MG, you want to start? Okay. Okay, so I'll begin. So thanks, that was very interesting. It gave a very good comprehensive view to us on how AI is not just any new technology, but it has the potential to reshape economies, geopolitics, businesses. But I'm going to go back to the fundamental question that we have also asked in the earlier session about jobs, right? Essentially, it is roti, kapda, makan that we all are, worried about, isn't it? So, and you did speak about the era of intelligence. So, in this new era of intelligence, which I would say is here and now, how do you think it will impact jobs?
How many hours do we have? Look, it's the most asked question to me about jobs. I mean, the other one is, will it kill us or not? Okay, but let's tackle the jobs one. It's not a simple answer. Every technology that has come in, the various revolutions I talked about, has destroyed jobs. So about 20 to 30% of jobs will go away. However, certain jobs will not be touched. You know, if you're a construction worker or a farmer, for a while, you're safe. Or a nurse, for that matter. The interesting part, however, is two things. Which one is that every new technology has always created more new jobs than it has destroyed. Every single new technology has always done that. The problem is we don't know what those jobs are and how many of them. So are they going to be prompt engineers? Are they going to be what are called forward deployed engineers? And there's a bunch of new jobs coming in with AI, but we don't know how many. The important part, however, which you must remember, is that about 60% of jobs are going to be impacted in some way or the other. So if you're a software engineer and you use AI-based GitHub Copilot or Cursor, etc., you'll be a better software engineer than someone who doesn't. Similarly, if you're a marketer, similarly, if you're a journalist, similarly, if you're a CEO. And so it's not AI which is going to replace you, but a human being using AI who could. And then it's up to you which side of the equation you want to be. You know, the replacer, in a sense, or the replacee. The last thing I would say, Sonal, is that the job disruption is upon us. It's not in the future. Okay, you've seen that. I mean, especially in the tech jobs, etc., it's already there. And what we know now is that the bottom rung of the job ladder is breaking. It's the entry-level jobs because those are skills, not jobs. And as you learn judgment, as you learn institutional knowledge, etc., the human skills, those don't get replaced by AI. And so for the young people, especially, how they use AI to skip the first rung and go straight to the second one is going to be the big one going forward.
Thank you.
Jaspreet, what I wanted to ask you was a point that you talked about where you said that there's going to be a very dramatic shift in the way you do things. And you even said that, this is going to be, literacy is going to be measured probably using AI also as a component. So that's a very, very interesting statement to make. Where does India stand in this whole, tectonic shift that is happening worldwide? How much more time do we have before we get, really shaken up by some of the things that, you just said?
Look, AI is vast, and there can be like three ways to think about AI, okay, from a country-specific viewpoint. One is, where is research happening, and therefore the new models, the new innovations, etc. happening. The laboratory, the labs, academia, research kind of ecosystem is one. The second is the tech ecosystem, whether it be startups or big companies adopting AI or creating new AI services or products. And the third is the user ecosystem. Where is AI being used in terms of countries? Well, the good news is in the user ecosystem, we are like top. We're like up there, okay? Keeping China aside because, they kind of use their own stuff, okay? I think if China is number one, India is number two in terms of adoption of AI, sheer usage of AI across, and that's a very encouraging sign. And even optimism about AI, okay? And how it can change their lives. So that's the good news. The not so good news is in the other two, especially in these research and the innovation part. I think many people before me said that vis-a-vis robotics, but it kind of holds true. We are we are not where we should be by any measure in terms of deep research, R&D. Look, when Mark Zuckerberg, for example, is paying $100 million salaries, he's not giving it to engineers. He's not even giving it to entrepreneurs. He's giving it to researchers. That's where the value is. And so we're not there. And in terms of industry startups, I think we're not leading, but we are not bad. Okay, we're kind of doing our best, and a few good things are happening. Still, many more things can happen. And there are numbers around all of this. If you do the Stanford research report, for example, you'll find India being amongst the top 5. But actually, if you peel the onion, you'll find that it's the user base which makes it go up to the top 5. If you remove the user base, we fall away from the top 10.
So we spoke about India, but let's talk about you. You spoke about AI agents and how the new firm or a new organization will have humans and AI agents. And your company has already more AI agents than the people it employs. So can you talk to us about real examples, real case studies on how you are using, or rather improving, the productivity of your team members using AI agents?
Okay. Just before I answer that, I just wanted to kind of say one more thing in the last question that you asked about India. I also do believe that for us to become amongst the top 3, and the top 2 are already taken, those 1 and 2 are taken, but amongst the top 3, it's not as much about innovation as it's going to be about distribution. Now, in the digital world also, we did not win because of innovation as much as we won by distribution. The whole UPI, Aadhaar, etc., the whole ecosystem where 1.4 billion people, the digital transformation of a nation. I think that's a model for us to actually take AI to 1.4 billion people the same way. And if we do that, the third way, in a sense, we can quickly rise up, not by following what the others are doing, but doing something different. So I just wanted to, as an addendum to the last question that you had. But coming back to this, look, it's early days. So let me say 2-3 things. So first of all, if you look at the startups in mostly the Valley today, you'll find many of them achieving $100 million average ARR status. Forget about valuations, but $150, $200 million. But the team sizes are 1/10 of what used to be for the same amount of revenue. What does that mean? It means that the rest is AI or agents or any other form of AI. The second thing you're going to see is what are called one-person unicorns, where one human being, maybe 1,000 agents creating $1 billion company. A big, great, in a sense, emerging case study is actually NVIDIA itself, where it's galloping ahead at growth rates, revenues which are crazy, which we all know. But the headcount growth is linear, while the revenue growth is exponential. And if you ask Jensen Huang, it's basically that, he's saying that, look, because each human being has become a superhuman because of 3, 4, 5 different agents helping you. And finally, if I come to the smallest company of them all, which is mine, okay, the way we use this, for example, instead of having 5 researchers, because we're a knowledge company, we create huge amounts of knowledge. For that, you need research. And so, basically, today, what it means is you need one good researcher who knows, besides research, should know the domain, but also knows deep research, and which is the best deep research tool, and how to write 4 A4 page kind prompts for, structured prompts for deep research. And then, therefore, do the work of 5 people, frankly. Okay, the same thing is true for visual designers. Instead of 3 of them, 4 of them, you need actually 1 or 2 of them, but who can use Canva AI beautifully well, or the AI version of Figma, or Firefly, or a bunch of others. And those are all literally tools as well as, a research part is an agent. You give it work to do, and then it kind of comes back and gives it to you. So that's how we use this and become 3x, 4x of ourselves.
You even used AI to write a chapter in your book. What was the experience? Did it read well?
So let me tell you this story. So my first book was called The Tech Whisperer. It was published by Penguin in 2019. And this was obviously pre-ChatGPT. ChatGPT came in November 2022. It's not even 3 years, and we think it's 30 years. But, so when this book came, one of the things I wanted to do was to have a chapter on AI written by an AI, which sounds very normal today, but was an extremely difficult problem even in 2019. And I had to work with a enterprise AI firm and use what is called an NLP or a natural language programming engine, it took 7 months and about 50,000 to 100,000 rupees for me to create a chapter, 10,000 words of written matter of the history of AI, written by quote unquote an AI. And frankly, it was a useless chapter. That was chapter 13. Chapter 12 was a chapter written on AI by a human being, which was me. And everyone was very happy. They used to read it and say, look, yeah, humans are far more superior. So as I decided to redo this 2 years back, not even with these tools. I mean, these tools can do it much faster. This was the time of GPT-4 Turbo, I think it was called. Free version, not even the paid version. And it took me 12 minutes. And obviously the output was far superior to my 7-month output. And so, if you ask me, therefore, what has been the progress in AI in 5 years? It's frankly 7 months divided by 12 minutes, whatever is that number. So yeah, it's amazing. We sometimes, human brains cannot fathom exponential growth. We can't think it, but that's what is happening.
So what is there for us to look forward to now? I mean, you talked about generative AI has always been there, as you said, but generative AI caught our imagination. Then we talked about agentic and embedded is the next. So how do you see, the progress that is happening?
Well, there are always two scenarios. If you're an optimist, there's great stuff happening. If there's a pessimist, if you're a pessimist, then you have the Terminator scenario. But I'm not the latter, so I'll kind of talk about the optimism scenario. Look, intelligence becoming free is a big thing, is a huge thing. We can harness intelligence, not just information, intelligence. And actually, if we do it well, we have the possibility, and I'm quoting Satya Nadella here, because, there are people who think far better, greater, have a bigger view than I do. We can move to, at a simplistic level, a 10% global GDP growth rate, if we harness that well. If it kind of, this is not with, some major breakthroughs happening. Just massive productivity, power generation, just literacy, every person having a education assistant, healthcare, the basic stuff which is there, you can move towards a 10% growth rate. Now, if you kind of take it to the next level and think of Ray Kurzweil's, etc., the futurists, if we solve the problems that if AI solves the problems that humans couldn't, we have tried very hard. We have tried to solve the problem of global warming. We've been trying to solve the problem of cold fusion, producing energy through fusion rather than fission, and therefore making it like unlimited energy. If we solve the problem of quantum computing, we're heading there, but it's taking its time. If we solve the problem of personalized synthetic proteins and drugs, then we are talking of a totally different level. Okay, and then we are kind of saying that, look, literally you are looking at a global prosperity which is, not 10%, but 10x of what is there right now. And so, with this technology, more than any other, because it's a creative technology, it's intelligence, it's not just, another IT system or, it can actually kind of make things grow. That's really what we can look forward to in the next couple of decades.
Excellent. And do you have a word for the youngsters who are listening digitally as well as in this audience today? What is in store, how they have to approach this technology, how they have to brace up their skills, etc.?
The youngsters stopped listening to me when I said that the bottom rung of the job ladder is breaking. Okay, that's when they all went away. But it's true. And you have to face this. Okay, the entry-level jobs are the most impacted. But then, every crisis is an opportunity. And I'll just mention 2 or 3 things, for you. So first of all, AI is here. You have to embrace it. the great thing about I teach at Ashoka, I teach at Singularity, you know, young people are not really even thinking about, oh, what is the bad stuff that can happen, etc. They're just working with it and taking it forward, and that's what we need to do. Because first is, as I kind of briefly mentioned, that if the bottom rung of the job ladder is breaking, go straight to the second rung. And actually AI can help you do that. It can make you a 10x person. If there was something which your boss was doing, actually with AI you can do your boss's job. And therefore we're looking at that role rather than the entry-level roles. And this is happening. This is not me just saying it started happening in companies and countries across the world. The second thing, frankly, every process of every company, of every industry, of every country is ripe for disruption. Everything. Everything will change, is ripe for change. None of the current ways we work, the end-to-end processes, the workflows, none of them will are actually AI ready. And all of them can be drastically transformed or improved with the use of AI. Everything. And so every single process of or workflow of every company is an entrepreneurial opportunity. And the third is that the tools that you have, none of us we have never had, our generation has never had those tools. And so to create companies, the 1% unicorn I talked about, to create anything today, you have so many resources at your disposal. You should be like a kid in a candy shop, okay, rather than thinking about what is going to happen to my job, etc. And there are a few more things. The last final thing I would say, actually, because it's a little provocative, it's a little controversial, that whoever is doing engineering only, please go and do humanities also. Learn language, learn grammar, learn logic, learn human skills, psychology, curiosity, because it's the mixture of two which is actually going to make what is going to be needed in all the jobs. It's not just pure engineering or STEM education, which so far thrived. That model is breaking, it's broken. So it's going to be both, a mixture of both, and that's the other thing I would say.
So I think that's a good advice to wind up the session. Thank you so much. A big round of applause to Mr. Jasprit Bindra.
I would now like to request Ranjit Sahai, Managing Editor for India Today, to come on stage and present a token of appreciation to Mr. Bindra. And that brings us to the end of a truly insightful day at the India Today Robotics and AI Conclave, presented by Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology. A big thank you to our speakers, moderators, partners, and delegates for making this event a grand success. Please join us now for high tea, which is being served outside. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day.